On. The low light and delicious scents of by lamplight made the perfect setting for a romantic dinner with Detective Jerome Makos. If only he'd show up. Ava Stewart checked her watch for the 4th time in so many minutes, but the action did nothing to bring him through the front door. Next, she checked her phone, but she'd gotten no new messages. "Have you been stood up?" Maxine Dufrand asked. Maxine owned and operated the restaurant, creating many of the French-inspired dishes with a unique Key West flair. She had dyed blonde hair in a pixie cut that framed an oval face and kind blue eyes. On the shorter side, and with a few extra pounds, she was the epitome of a welcoming and gracious host to all of her patrons. "I hope not," Ava admitted with a laugh. "Jerome must be running late." "Very late," Maxine said, eyeing the empty bread basket. Maybe... She started to guess what might have held him up when the front door opened. "There he is." "Ah, then bon appetit," she said with a wink, before walking back toward the kitchen. "I am so sorry." Jerome bent low to drop a kiss to Ava's cheek, the scent of his spicy cologne tickling her nose. "It's all right," she said, looking over his somewhat rumpled appearance. "New case?" "More like an old case making a reappearance." He raised a hand as if to ward off the questions. "Paperwork was filed wrong, and someone almost let a criminal go. I had to put out some fires, and my phone died, of course." She chuckled, choosing to find the humor in his tardiness rather than give in to frustration. "As I said, it's all right. Let's order soon, though. I'm hungry." "I'm sure you are," he said. They browsed the menu and made their selections when a young, bright-eyed waitress came to take their orders. She promised the food would be out soon, making Ava's stomach grumble at the thought before rushing off toward the kitchen. No doubt she had many tables to deliver food to, as the main dining room was filling at a steady rate. "Tell me," Jerome said, shrugging out of his blazer. "What's new in the life of private investigator-to-be Ava Stewart?" "You mean bed and breakfast owner and PI hopeful?" He made a face. "You aren't having second thoughts, are you?" Ava considered how to answer. She'd long ago been a private investigator, but life had become difficult, and she'd let her license expire. It was a decision she regretted immensely. Now Jerome was helping her rectify that mistake. He'd recently helped her set up an internship at Cutlass Investigations, a local PI agency. "It's not so much second thoughts, but maybe a few doubts about the internship," she admitted. His look prompted her to explain. "To be honest, I've never felt so useless in my life. Doug has me doing background checks and research for the staff of wealthy patrons. I told him that 3 of the people I'd already talked to had or would steal from their employers, but because their records came up clean, he pushed them through." Ava felt some of the frustration from her recent internship day with Doug seeping back in. "I'm sorry," Jerome said, pausing to take a sip of his ice water. "I know that it's tedious work and your instincts don't count toward anything, but it's for an end goal." "I suppose," she said, though the feeling of hesitation seeped through her tone. "At least you were able to count the past year as your first year of experience," he pointed out, obviously trying to cheer Ava up. She nodded. It was true that Jerome had petitioned to use their time unofficially working together to count toward the 2 years of experience needed for the license. Now she only had 11 months left. Working with Doug at Cutlass Investigations made that feel closer to a lifetime. "Hey." Jerome reached across the table and took her hand. "It's gonna be all right." As she met his familiar green eyes, warmth seeped through her. She'd recently taken the plunge to call him out on asking her to meals without making it clear what his intentions were. Thankfully, after that awkward conversation, they'd entered into a new phase of their relationship. Though the term relationship did seem to fit what they were, it hadn't been officially discussed. It was something Ava wanted to bring up that night during dinner. She hoped to gain some clarity about how to proceed, but she sensed the timing might not be right. "I know it is," she said, taking a sip of her water. "I suppose it's a bit overwhelming and not nearly as glamorous as I'd hoped." She winked at him to let him know she was merely teasing, but there was a kernel of truth to it all. "Do we need this to be a no-work-talking zone tonight?" "No." She settled the cloth napkin on her lap in preparation for their meal. "I suppose it's the same situation for anyone who's been working in a field for a long time, only to find that they need a new certification or something like that. Like going back to school at an older age. You know what it is that you do, but you have to learn the right way to do it. Usually that means starting from the bottom and working your way up. And that is never fun. I could have a talk with Doug, see if he'll ease up on you a bit. No, definitely not. She shook her head as their waitress arrived with their entrees. When she'd left, Ava spoke up again. Please don't say anything to him. I know he's mostly doing this as a favor to you, likely one you'll have to repay. I don't want him to think I'm the kind of woman who needs someone else to step in on her behalf. I hear you. Loud and clear. They dug into their meal with excitement, Ava especially hungry since she'd only had a light lunch, anticipating their dinner that night. As they ate, they shifted topics to those more suited to dinner conversation. Things like the already booming tourist season that was making Ava's business, the Keys Bed and Breakfast, busy at every moment, as well as the upcoming summer activities that Key West boasted. When they finished the main course, Jerome twisted Ava's arm to order dessert, and she excused herself to freshen up in the restroom. Walking through the crowded dining room, she wondered where Maxine had gotten to. Ava was used to seeing her friend floating around the main dining room area talking with guests. While Maxine wasn't a chef herself, she hired the best and had her hand in every aspect of the restaurant. By Lamplight had opened several years prior, and Ava had discovered it not long after opening. It had quickly become one of her favorite places to eat, and she was secretly happy they had decided to spring for the dessert. Ava had a weakness for French pastry. After finishing in the restroom, Ava stepped out and almost ran into a familiar face. Geraldine? Ava, what are you doing here? The woman said. Geraldine was a member of the Murder Mystery Book Club, or MMBC, that Ava had started several years prior. Tonight the 70-year-old wore a stylish sheath dress and kimono in her typical style and had her hair wrapped in a dramatic turban. Ava always thought she looked like Angela Lansbury in the film adaptation of Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile, but with more class and less drinking. I'm out with Jerome, she said. Ava felt her cheeks flush despite the reality that everyone at the MMBC knew she and Jerome were dating, if not in a relationship. How lovely! And you? Geraldine shrugged. Out with Willard and Bonnie. It was a last-minute invitation, or we would have included you. Nonsense, Ava said, gently squeezing her friend's upper arm. But thanks for thinking of me. Hope you have a good night. You too. Enjoy your time with that handsome detective. Geraldine winked, no shame in her obvious goading. Ava laughed. I shall. They parted ways, and Ava slipped back into her seat across from Jerome. What's that look for? He asked. She knew better than to think he wouldn't notice the light flush she felt warming her cheeks, but she tried to push it off as nothing more than seeing Geraldine. She said something embarrassing, didn't she? I wouldn't say that, Ava said, making a show of looking down at the dessert menu. I already ordered, he said, tugging the menu down so she had no excuse but to meet his assessing gaze. I see. And nothing. Just that if she were 20 years younger, I think I'd have some competition. Jerome let out a booming laugh, no thought to the tables around them, which only caused Ava's blush to deepen, though it didn't steal the smile from her lips. I promise you, Ava, he said, sobering somewhat and taking her hand in both of his. There's no competition. As she gazed into his emerald eyes, she knew he was telling the truth. They may not know exactly where they were heading at this point, at least as a couple, but she could admit that she wasn't worried about his devotion. In addition to being an excellent detective, Jerome was loyal and clearly only had eyes for her. Their dessert arrived, and they dug their forks into the pastries with gusto, devouring the delicious sweet cream and flaky crust of an eclair. Speaking of the book club, have you picked a new read for next week? Jerome asked. I was thinking of dipping back into history a little, but hadn't chosen anything yet. Do you have a suggestion? He shook his head. No. I mean, if we asked Pete, I'm sure he'd recommend the new A.C. George book, though. Ava chuckled, imagining Pete Jenkins, another member of the book club, being overly excited about yet another George book. It seemed as if he was her biggest fan, though Ava had been meaning to read the new book. Perhaps we should indulge him this once, she said with a smile. Start now, and he could have us all reading every book of hers in succession. Jerome had a point. While Ava allowed suggestions and often chose from those instead of her own preference, it had become somewhat of an unwritten rule that they bounced from new authors to old, classic to hard-boiled, noir to contemporary in their book choices. I think it will be fine, she said, taking the final bite before he could get his fork to it. She grinned, and he let out a contented sigh, leaning back. "Now that was a dinner," Jerome commented. "It was wonderful. Thank you for suggesting this. Again, I'm so sorry about being so late tonight," he said, his expression earnest. "I know I already apologized, but I hate to think that you'll expect this of me in the future. That's not the kind of man I want to be. The kind who stands up a beautiful woman. I promise to work on this, to not let it become a habit." Now the color in her cheeks came from the man across from her, but his comment warmed her rather than embarrassed her. Jerome had no need to prove himself to her, no matter what he thought. Still, she understood what he was saying and appreciated it. "Thank you, but it's really not necessary." Her words were interrupted by a clanging pan falling in the kitchen. The whole dining room quieted down at the sudden interruption, just in time for a scream to break through the muted room. The next instant, Jerome was on his feet, racing toward the sound, Ava quick on his heels. Chapter 2. Jerome froze in the doorway that led from the kitchen into the alley, and Ava slammed into him. He staged forward a step, but didn't move to let her past. "Jerome, what is it?" Hold on, Ava." He turned back to her. "Maybe you should stay inside." His movement gave her all the window she needed to see a body on the ground in the alley behind him. "Quick, check for a pulse." She moved to shove past him, but he gripped her upper arms. "Stay here, and I will not. Now go!" They both knew that time was of the essence in a situation like this, and Ava yelled behind her to have one of the staff put in a call to the police. When she turned, she saw a sight that made her freeze mid-step. "Maxine?" Her friend stood in front of the body, frozen in what Ava thought must be shock. Her gaze was fixed on the body in front of her, and it looked as if she would topple over at any moment. Ava was vaguely aware of Jerome kneeling next to the body to check for a pulse, as she rushed to her friend's side, gently pulling her away. Is he here?" "Do you know who this is?" Maxine blinked, but no words followed the action. "Come here, it's okay," Ava said. Her friend was shaking and unable to look away, but Ava stepped in front of her to get her to focus on something else. "Hey, look at me," Ava said, moving until she met Maxine's gaze. "We're getting help." "It's no use," Jerome said. She heard shuffling and assumed he'd stood up and was now observing the situation from all angles. The faint sound of sirens came to them on the warm night air. "Will you take her inside?" Jerome said. Ava nodded and began to gently tug Maxine inside. She was starting to shake despite the temperature being warm for a June evening. It was shock, Ava believed, and that meant she needed to sit down until the police could get there. Ava had several questions she wanted to ask, like why Maxine had been outside and not rushing inside to call for help, but that would have to wait. At the back door, she nearly ran into none other than Geraldine and Willard with his wife Bonnie. While Bonnie didn't attend their book club meetings, Willard was an avid reader and lover of mysteries. "We heard the scream and came to help," Geraldine said by way of explanation. "Will you take Maxine somewhere quiet until the police come?" She met Geraldine's gaze, and then glanced at Willard. One look said they'd seen what was just outside in the alley and realized how serious this was. "Yes, absolutely. Come this way, dear," Geraldine said, wrapping a motherly arm around the woman's shoulders. They took her back inside, and Ava partially closed the door, making sure to tell one of the sous chefs to direct the police to the alley when they arrived. Then she joined Jerome. "Don't get too close," he cautioned. "As if I'd want to. Besides," she said, feeling slightly offended he even thought to say anything. "I wouldn't dream of it." "I'm sorry," he said, finally meeting her gaze. He had his small notebook in one hand and a pen in the other. "I know you know that. I don't even know why I said anything." She softened her lips to a half-smile. "It's all right. Have it, I'm sure. What do you see?" "Not much," he said, looking back at the body. While Ava didn't fancy herself comfortable with death, at least not like her friend who was the local medical examiner, Dr. Vicky Clem, she could be objective. It wasn't something she fancied, but working cases with Jerome had taught her several things, and one of those was the power of observation. At first glance, nothing seemed to be wrong, aside from the obvious fact that a young man was dead in the alley behind her friend's restaurant. But then she noted something else. The young man wore a sweatshirt with the logo of the local community college. He was pale, as to be expected, she assumed, and a to-go container was open near his right hand. A fork lay on the ground next to that. Aside from the most obvious details, she couldn't see anything initially out of place aside from those things. Turning away, Ava took deep breaths and tried to erase everything but the facts from her mind. He looked college-aged. He was in the alley. He had food from what Ava guessed was by lamplight. He was dead. "This doesn't look good," Jerome muttered to himself. She turned to him, and he met her gaze. "I mean, death is never good, but I guess those mushrooms are Amanita phalloides. That is, death caps," he said. Ava had read enough murder mysteries to know about the famed death caps. For a moment they held one another's gaze, and then Ava realized what else that could mean. The food. The restaurant. "I know." He turned toward the back door. "I'm going to shut the kitchen down." But he hesitated. "What is it?" she asked, stepping closer to him. "This could ruin the reputation of by lamplight." Ava hadn't thought that far ahead, but she couldn't believe that her friend had anything to do with this young man's death. There's no way this was an accident, is there? It's too early to tell. But we also don't know if this food is even from this restaurant, correct? He conceded this fact. True, but we still have to close the kitchen down. Yes, she said, placing a hand on his arm. But can't you close it because of the death for now, not the mushrooms? He shrugged. I'll see what I can do. He disappeared inside, and she followed just as 2 officers came through the kitchen. Jerome directed them to the alleyway to keep watch over the body until Vicky could get there, and then he entered the dining room. Ava saw Willard and Geraldine in a corner of the kitchen at a small table with Maxine, and she rushed toward them. "Maxine," Ava said, slipping into a chair across from the woman. "She hasn't said anything," Willard said. "She's in shock," Geraldine added. "I understand that, but I have to ask her a question. Everything could hinge on this," Ava admitted. "I guess you could ask and see what happens," Willard said. Ava nodded. Before she turned to Maxine, she realized Bonnie wasn't there. "Willard, where's Bonnie?" "Went to keep people calm. She's good at that, and less so with that stuff," he said, nodding toward the door leading to the alley. Ava gave a weak smile, then looked at Maxine. "Maxine, listen to me. We have to know. It's crucial. Do you serve a risotto with mushrooms?" Maxine seemed to blink at the mention of food, and her eyes focused on Ava for the first time since she'd come out the door into the alleyway. "Risotto? Yes, with mushrooms." Ava didn't remember seeing it on the menu, but she didn't know the full extent of things, and Maxine would. They all held their breath, or so it seemed, until she spoke again. No risotto now. It's seasonal, and we usually offer it in the fall." Ava exhaled. While they would still have to close the restaurant temporarily, she felt better knowing that the boy hadn't gotten the poisoned risotto here, or at least it wasn't on the menu. It didn't clear anyone necessarily, but more than likely, no other customers would get sick. "Okay, good. Now, do you know who that is out there?" Ava felt bad berating her friend with questions after such a traumatic event, but the police would do the same and soon. Best to prepare the woman now. Yes. Ava blinked. She hadn't expected that. "You do? Who is he?" "His name—" She gasped and tears welled in her eyes. "His name is Brandon Kent. He's friends with my son, Michael." Ava's head tilted to the side. While she would classify Maxine as a friend, it was only in that moment she realized that she knew very little about the woman or her family situation. They were perhaps more business friends than anything else, and that reality saddened Ava momentarily. "Your son, he's in college? At the local college, perhaps?" Maxine blinked. Did you know?" "So he is?" she said, evading her question. She didn't exactly want to tell her friend that she knew based on the dead young man's sweatshirt. "Yes. Michael lives with his father, but I get to see him often," Maxine said. That explained why Ava had never met Michael. "And he's known Brandon for a while, then?" Maxine nodded, more tears slipping silently down her cheeks as her gaze drifted to mid-distance again. "They would study together. He was a good boy." As if hitting a threshold, Maxine dropped her head into her hands just as an officer approached them. "I'm afraid I need to question Ms. Dufrant," the man said. Will you please exit the kitchen to the dining room area? They nodded and filed out back to the circled booth where Bonnie had just slipped in. Ava saw Jerome talking with another officer. He had the focused look of a detective on the case, and she knew their evening was over, but that was the least of her worries. Right now, despite the fact that Maxine said they didn't serve risotto, she knew her friend was going to be in for a rough evening. Ava let her mind wander as Geraldine and Willard discussed what could have happened. They suggested all types of theories, though all was speculation considering they didn't have a full picture of what Ava had seen in the alleyway. The question now was, should she fill them in on it? "Ava," Geraldine said, lightly grasping her hand. "Are you all right?" Ava blinked out of her thoughts and looked around the table. Bonnie looked slightly uncomfortable, but Willard looked almost eager. She knew it wasn't about the death so much as it was the challenge of yet another murder once again falling into the lap of the Murder Mystery Book Club. Seeing as how nearly half of the club was there that night already, Ava had no doubt that the rest would hear all about it by morning. And while she didn't want to interfere with the murder investigation, Maxine was their friend, and it looked as if she needed their help. Ava quickly filled Geraldine, Willard, and a reluctant Bonnie in on what she'd seen in the alley, and then said, "The fact that they don't serve risotto here is a good thing, obviously, but that doesn't mean someone in the kitchen didn't prepare it." "But he was just a kid," Willard said, rubbing at his jaw. "Why would someone want to hurt him?" Ava had no idea. It was difficult to imagine any type of true theory without knowing who the young man really was. At least knowing more than his first and last name. "We won't know until tomorrow when I can ask Jake to look into him," Ava said. "Just don't let Jerome hear you say that," Geraldine said. She nodded to the man across the room who was now interviewing the kitchen staff. Other officers were slowly making their way around the tables, talking to patrons of the restaurant to get statements. "I'm sure he'll be doing the same, just from a different angle," she admitted. "True," Willard said. "But what about the fact that Maxine knows the kid? I mean, he's friends with her son." "Anyone else completely shocked that she has a child?" Geraldine said, interrupting Willard. "It is surprising," Ava said, "but as much as we think we know Maxine, she clearly has another life outside the restaurant." It felt foolish and a little heartless to say, but Ava meant no harm by the observation. Many outgoing people often had private lives. "You're not suggesting she's a murderer?" Bonnie asked, leaning across the table. "No, of course not," Ava said. "I'm just saying we don't know much about her private life, which is fine, but which also may offer us some answers." Bonnie's eyes narrowed, but Willard intervened. "It's okay, honey. This is how you investigate things like this, detached to a certain point. It's the best way to seek out the truth." "I suppose I can understand that," she agreed, but she still looked at Ava as if she might turn on her any moment. "Anyway, we won't really know what killed the boy until Vicky can examine him," Ava pointed out. "That's a good point. Like in that latest A.C. George book where it looked like one thing was the murder weapon, but it was really something else." Ava nodded, though internally she wondered if that were the case. It was obviously suspicious to have a young man dead in the alley behind a restaurant with a to-go container of food, making it look like it was from the restaurant itself. Was the evidence planted, or did it originate from someone in the kitchen? "What are you thinking?" Geraldine asked. Ava met her gaze. "That it's rather hectic in that kitchen, and anyone could have made that food and given it to the kid. And did it really come from by lamplight? I mean, risotto may not be on the menu, but it's not hard to make." "Do you really think someone could make it without someone else noticing?" Bonnie asked. While Bonnie didn't usually involve herself in their investigations, she was rather active tonight, which made Ava smile slightly. Not that she was amused. It was more the fact that the woman was caught by the bug they all were, finding answers and seeking the truth. It would be hard to know unless there are pots and pans as evidence of it. It could have been brought from home as well. There were so many possibilities, but Ava couldn't begin to know which was true without knowing who the young man had been and if there was any sort of motive to want him dead. It did seem unlikely that the mushrooms had been added by mistake. Finally, the officer came to their table and took their brief statements. Ava had a little more to say, having followed Jerome out to the alleyway, but they were excused to leave when they were done. Ava wanted to stay, but one look at Jerome said he was in no mood for help on the case that had been dropped into his lap. She did manage to pull him aside to say goodbye, though. "I'm going to head home," she said, looking up into the familiar eyes fringed by dark lashes. I apologize yet again for letting work ruin a perfectly wonderful evening. Jerome reached up to push a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. It was the most public romantic gesture he'd offered since they'd started seeing one another, and she felt the warmth of his touch sink to the pit of her stomach. That's all right, but this certainly isn't your fault. I'd say it all but fell into your lap. Good night, Ava, he said, leaning forward to brush a light kiss to her cheek. Rain check for a full evening sometime soon? I'd like that, she admitted, before turning to leave. The last thing she saw through the doorway into the kitchen were two officers questioning Maxine. Chapter 3. Ava arrived back at her bed and breakfast close to 9 o'clock and decided to head to her cottage at the back of her property by way of the sidewalk that went around the left side of the inn. It was lined with tall palm fronds and vibrant flowers that her gardener boss coaxed to grow in the most vibrant and beautiful ways. The evening was quiet aside from the sound of distant music and the immediate chirping of crickets as she rounded the corner to the back recreation area. Tonight, the calm water of the pool beautifully reflected the hanging bistro lights that twinkled under a clear sky of stars. Ava reached for her keys just as the sound of a chair shifting drew her attention to the darkened area on the other side of the yard. "Who's there?" she said, her hand slipping past her keys into the pepper spray Jerome had given her for Christmas. It had been a bit of a gag gift, but she'd put it in her purse for emergencies just like this. "It's me," a soft voice said. Ava's fingers released the spray, and she made her way toward the empty chair next to Sarah Fisk, one of her employees and her friend. "Sarah, what's wrong? Why are you out here in the dark?" Sarah sniffed, and it was then that Ava knew she'd been crying. She slipped onto the soft cushion of the wicker chair and let her eyes adjust to the dark to better see the young woman. Not so long ago, Sarah had come to live in Key West after a rough start to her life. They were connected by a man Ava called Uncle Sal, and his death had initially brought them together, only to find that the feeling of family and friendship can come no matter your age or situation in life. "Anton and I had a fight." Ava's stomach clenched. Anton, her chef extraordinaire, had started showing interest in Sarah just before Christmas. At first, Ava hadn't been sure what to make of it, but the longer they spent together, the more she could see that they had a special bond. Whether it was the fact they both had slightly darker pasts that they'd managed to move beyond, or something deeper she didn't know, but they seemed well suited to one another. "What happened?" "I brought up an idea he didn't like." Sarah's answer was vague, and Ava wasn't sure what to think. "What kind of idea?" "You were right, you know." Sarah offered a bitter laugh. "Right? About what?" "Sal. I need to know what happened to him, and Anton doesn't want me to go. He thinks I'll leave and never come back." "Will you?" Sarah straightened at this, leveling her gaze at Ava through the partial darkness. "No. I told him this is something I have to do, but then I'm coming back." "But he didn't believe you." "He thinks it'll take too long, and he says I'll find a reason not to come back to Key West." "I see," Ava said, leaning back in her seat. She had said almost that very thing to Sarah not too long ago, but she didn't feel the need to bring that up again. The fact was, Sarah was somewhat of a free spirit, but that didn't mean she couldn't change her ways. There was always the possibility of change for any person, and Ava hoped that would be the case for the young woman. "I know." Sarah shook her head and wrapped her arms around her waist. "I haven't been great at staying anywhere for long in the past, but I've never had anyone like Anton in my life." She dropped her gaze, perhaps in embarrassment, but it was too dark for Ava to tell. "I think he cares for you, which is why he's concerned. But I also understand wanting to know the truth. Let's hold off on making any hasty decisions or leaving just yet. Can you agree to that?" "I can," Sarah said. "Good. I'll talk with Jerome, but he'll be busy for a while, I think. He'll help us, though." "Us?" Sarah said, catching on to Ava's wording. "Us. I want to know just as much as you do." "Good." Sarah sounded better, taking in a deep breath. Then she asked, "Wait, why will Jerome be busy? Didn't you two have dinner tonight? It still seems early." "We did," Ava admitted, before filling the young woman in on what had happened at the restaurant. "Goodness, that is horrible. Poor Maxine. Are you going to help her?" The question shocked Ava. Help her? I mean, she was found with the body, right? Yes, although... Ava started to contradict Sarah, but then she realized she had a good point. I suppose we'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Sarah nodded and stood. I should get home. Thanks for listening, Ava. Of course, dear. Try and make up with Anton. I'm sure he only said what he did because he cares. I will, don't worry. They hugged, then Ava watched Sarah leave by way of the bed and breakfast. Ava knew she would lock up, so she went into her small cottage at the back of her property. Once inside, Ava changed into comfortable clothes, made a cup of tea, and then picked up the A.C. George novel Pete had given her. He was so intent on them reading yet another of his favorite author's books that he'd been gifting her every new book. Slowly, Ava began to relax, but her mind kept circling back to what Sarah had said. Would the police, would Jerome, automatically think that Maxine was involved just because of the location and that food seemed to be involved? It was odd enough to think that someone would be so bold as to poison a student with mushrooms, but to do so outside of a restaurant either meant that the kitchen was involved or that it was a coincidence. Ava wasn't sure she believed in coincidence, at least not with regard to murder. When Ava's phone rang the next morning and it was Jerome, she immediately wondered if he was calling about what had happened the night before. She was at Cutlass Investigations and working on tracking down receipts for one of Doug's clients. It was extremely boring work, so instead of staying inside the small office separated only by a thin wall, she took the call outside in the fresh air. Jerome? Morning, Ava. Her eyes narrowed. Was this a friendly call? He knew she spent most mornings at Cutlass Investigations while Sarah took care of the front desk at the bed and breakfast. Hello? She said, drawing out the word. How's Cutlass? Jerome asked. Why are you calling? He made a disgruntled sound. Do I have to have a reason to call? I thought it was customary after taking a beautiful woman on a date. Jerome, she said, a hint of warning in her tone. Oh, fine. So I do have a few things to share, but I did want to talk with you and apologize about how our date ended last night. For a while, it had been difficult to get Jerome to admit what they were doing was just that, dating. But now that he'd freely used the word, she found it sent a tingling spark through her every time he said so. It's all right. You can't control when a dead body is found. Or where. True. He continued. So, remember that risotto? Vividly. She couldn't keep the image from her mind. The poor young man. It's not what killed the boy. What? Ava hadn't expected this. I know, we were all thinking it, but I just heard from Vicky, who started her autopsy early this morning. There was no risotto in his stomach. Jerome let out a breath. That's odd. Very. The silence lasted only a moment. It's not the only bad news I have. Ava prepared herself. What is it? Maxine has been taken into custody. Just because she found him? Ava couldn't believe it would be something that thin. No. In fact, the boy was a friend of Maxine's son, Michael. They had somewhat of a public falling out, if you can call it that, really. The son? No, Maxine. She wasn't happy that Brandon seemed to be a bad influence on Michael. There's a video. It's not pleasant. Ava had a hard time seeing Maxine saying anything rude or mean to anyone, let alone a young man. But if there was a video, well, that would be hard evidence to refute. So she's in custody now? Yes. I thought, with you being her friend, you'd like to know. Jerome sounded contrite, though the reality was that Ava knew only what Maxine had shared with her. Still, she had an impossible time believing that her friend could have killed a young man. You still don't know how he died? Ava asked. Not yet. Too early to tell. Just how he didn't die. I see. Ava looked back toward Cutlass Investigations. I'm coming to the station. Doug's not going to like that, Jerome said with a hint of amusement. You leave Doug to me. This is practically extra credit. And with that, she hung up and went to work her charms on her so-called boss. It took some convincing, but soon she was making her way into the overly air-conditioned building that housed the morgue in the basement and the police station on the top levels. She'd been here to see Jerome more times than she could count and felt somewhat at home, waving to the receptionist who beeped Ava into the bullpen area. Can I see her? Was the first thing she said to Jerome. He looked up, bleary-eyed. You're here. Told you to leave Doug to me. Have you slept at all? He stifled a yawn. Not much. I'll show you to where we're holding her. Ava followed Jerome through the maze of desks and down a dark hall to an interrogation room where Maxine was sitting, looking scared and tired. I can give you a few minutes, but not more than that. Thank you, Ava said, resting her hand on his arm. He grinned back at her, and she turned and pushed the door open. Ava! Maxine looked up at her, fear obvious on her soft features. Hello, my friend, Ava said, giving her a quick hug and then pulling a chair closer to her so she wasn't across the table. What is going on? I want to know that too. They said I'm being held for questioning regarding Brandon's murder, but that's ridiculous. He's a kid. Was a kid. I mean, he's Michael's age. Do they really think I killed him just because we had an argument? Ava didn't have the answers her friend wanted, but she did her best to calm her down some. I don't know, so let's not focus on that. It's all I can think of, seeing him like that. She shook her head, her hand going to cover her mouth. Horrible. I know. It was. Ava pressed the flash of memory away as quickly as it resurfaced. Will you help me? Maxine said out of the blue. What? You and your group, the book club. I know what you do. You can't come into my restaurant as often as you do and keep it a secret. She let out a chuckle that turned into a stifled sob. I have no one. I don't know who else to ask. But you've been such a good friend to me. Will you help me? Ava blinked back at the woman. She believed in her innocence, though she didn't really have a reason other than her gut instinct. Was she willing to involve not only herself, but the book club as well? Resolve hardened within her. You know we're just a book club, right? Maxine laughed. You're more than that, but I do understand what you are saying. Ava took her friend's hand between hers and met her gaze with a solid one of her own. We'll help you, Maxine. I promise. Chapter 4. When Ava arrived back at the Keys bed and breakfast, she felt mentally and emotionally exhausted. After leaving the police station, she'd spent the rest of her morning working at Cutlass Investigations, only to hit a dead end in the search she'd been focused on. She had a feeling that part of that was because she'd been distracted by Maxine's impassioned plea. The Murder Mystery Book Club was needed, and needed quickly. It's why she'd sent out a text to her friends, though most had already heard about Maxine, thanks to Geraldine and Willard. As expected, they were ready to help in any way. But for that night, Ava wasn't going to pressure anyone to meet. It had been such short notice, and while some of the members were retired and able to meet at any time, she thought it would be best to wait until everyone could meet. They had one more day before their scheduled book club meeting, and she felt that would be adequate time. In the meantime, she could have Jake, her resident tech guru and occasional front desk receptionist, work on some searches for her. She'd also tasked Geraldine with going to visit Maxine for any additional info the woman could think of after a night in holding. Ms. S., there you are, Anton said, coming out onto the front porch to greet her. He had a chef's apron wrapped around his muscular torso and held a small plate in one hand. I'm sorry, did I miss a meeting or something? Nah. He offered a blushing grin. Anton was just waiting for you to get back. Ava smiled at the kind man who always referred to himself in the third person. Hiring him had been one of her best decisions. He handled the breakfast menu for each morning, and then on Saturdays he hosted a brunch that was always sold out weeks in advance. In fact, as Ava looked at him now slightly flustered, she wondered what he was doing there that late in the day. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. It's been a busy day. Anton understands. He chewed on his bottom lip for a moment. Anton was thinking about maybe joining the book club and, bring snacks? Ava blinked. She'd invited Anton and other members of her staff to join the book club when it first started. No one had seemed interested, but Anton seemed even less than interested. But Anton, I remember you making a point to tell me that you were decidedly not a book reader. Has that changed? His expression shifted. Suddenly he looked like a child with his hand caught in the cookie jar. No? Are you asking me or telling me? Anton's not sure? She laughed, motioning toward the seats on the front porch. Inside, she could just make out Sarah at the front desk through the door window. Sit. He obeyed her gentle command, and she joined him, eyeing what was on the plate. Key lime bar? He offered. Are you trying to sweeten me up? Maybe, he said with a laugh. Hear this, Anton. You are always welcome to join the book club. But I get the feeling you don't really want to join, do you? Anton's not sure. Anton shook his head and set the plate down on the table between them. Is this about Sarah? He looked up, betraying his feelings. Ah, I can see that it is, Ava said. Well, why don't you tell me why you'd want to join a book club as a non-reader for her? It's not exactly for her, he said. It's just that Anton wants to spend more time with her. The book club might be a good way to do that. Ava studied his handsome features. He was a kind and gentle man, but she thought she saw past what he was saying to what was really bothering him. Are you sure it's not something else? He looked up at her. Like the fact she mentioned leaving, and you two had an argument? He swallowed. Ava continued. I'm not here to talk about that, really, I'm not. But Anton, you wanting to join the book club and staying late while she's working probably seems like a good idea to you. You want to see her and spend time with her. The thing is, Sarah is still learning to be loved by those around her, and I wonder if it might come across in the wrong way. Ava hadn't missed the blush that showed through his tanned skin at the mention of love, but she had a feeling the two were well on their way to that. What do you mean, wrong way? She might feel like you're smothering her, and that might actually push her away. He leaned back with a sharp intake of breath. It was clear that he hadn't considered this at all. You really think so? I do, Ava said, softening the words with a smile. But don't worry, no damage has been done. Just give her as much space as she wants, and remember, trust her. If she says she'll come back, she'll come back. He ran a hand across the back of his neck. Anton wants to believe that, but what? I believe there's a saying about love hoping all things. That's in the Bible, right? It is. She smiled back at him. I think there's some good wisdom in that. If you really think you care for each other as much as I think you two do, then trust Sarah to make the right choice. Ms. S. Anton thinks you're right. He offered her a relieved smile. I, better get home. I think that's a good idea. He grinned and stood, taking the plate, but not until Ava took the key lime square. The tangy taste was offset by the shortbread crust and light dusting of powdered sugar. Perfection, just like Anton always made. Ava headed inside, and after saying hello to Sarah, who was on her way to clock out, paused to talk to Jake. Do you still take classes at the community college? She thought she knew the answer, but it was always better to confirm. Yep. Why do you ask? She looked around the lobby area, which was really the bottom floor of the large Victorian house. She'd worked hard to make small seating areas for quiet conversation, and had divided the room with large fronds and ferns that added to the exotic look, but also brought a freshness inside. She knew just beyond those fronds her bird Poirot, named after the famous Agatha Christie detective Hercule Poirot, waited for his nightly treat in his large cage. As if called by her thoughts, he let out a loud squawk. I'll be there shortly, Poirot. Pretty bird, was his only response. She turned back to Jake. One of your classmates, Brandon West, was found dead yesterday. You're kidding, he said. I don't know the guy, but what happened? She quickly filled him in on what details she knew. Is there a way that you could look into his history a little? You think he was murdered, don't you? He stared back at her with wide eyes. Jake had worked for her long enough to know that she found herself in the midst of murders more than most people. He'd helped her on several occasions and had been crucial at finding information that no one else had been able to. It was why she trusted him with the next bit of information. Maxine Dufrand, the owner of By Lamplight, was taken into custody, she explained, sharing about the video as well and asking him to find it if he could. I want to do everything I can to help her, but I need information on the deceased young man. It's tragic, but I'm relatively certain he didn't die of natural causes. Otherwise, there would be no need to have poisoned food next to him. Got it. I can look into him and ask around campus. Discreetly? I'll be James Bond, he said with a wink that made her smile. Good. And please don't share about Maxine. I'm not sure how long it will stay out of the papers, but I'd like to keep it that way for as long as possible. You bet. Ava grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. I'd like to add Michael Dufrand to the list as well. I know him, Jake said when she slipped the paper over to him. He's in one of my technology classes, I think. Good. Maybe you can talk to him, see if he knew Brandon. Got it. And Ava? She paused from where she'd turned to feed Poirot. Yes? Thanks for asking me to help. I like being your tech guy, but this is next level. She laughed, shaking her head. Of course Jake would see something like this as a challenge to be accepted, not as what it was. Desperation on her part, because she had no idea where to start in clearing her friend's name. The scent of buttery popcorn filled her small one-bedroom cottage. Ava and Dr. Vicky Clem sat with their feet up on the couch as the movie credits rolled. I just love that movie, Vicky said, sighing and drinking the last sip of her tea. Tom Hanks is wonderful. He is. Vicky set down her empty mug and met Ava's gaze. Speaking of handsome men, how did your date, interrupted as it was, go with Jerome? Ava leaned back, drawing in a deep breath and letting it out. Not only did he have to leave early, he was almost 30 minutes late getting there. No! You're kidding! I wish I were. Ava wrinkled her nose. At least he's handsome enough to make up for it. Ava chuckled. He is, and I really don't mind, but it wasn't the first time that's happened. You think he's purposefully coming late? No, definitely not. She wrapped her arms around her middle. How much did she want to admit to Vicky? I think he thinks he wants to be there on time, but work always gets in the way. He is a busy guy. This department has kept him on his toes. I know that, but... Ava moistened her lips. I almost think he'd rather be busy with work than busy in a relationship. He says that's not the case, but actions speak louder than words. Besides, is that even what we have, a relationship? Ava was beginning to regret the fact that she hadn't made time to talk to Jerome about them. What are you saying? Vicky dropped her feet to the floor and leveled her gaze on Ava. You know he's not seeing anyone else, and I assume the same for you, so you can't say you don't have a relationship. True, Ava conceded. And, Vicky pointed a finger at her, you know he values you. Work gets in the way, for all of us, I assume, but I've heard him talk about you in the best way possible. It's clear he cares for you. That makes me happy to hear, naturally, Ava said. But if he doesn't start showing me, it's going to be harder to believe. I understand, Vicky said, leaning back against the throw pillows. So what will you do? Do? Ava wasn't sure what her friend meant. I mean, are you going to talk to him or just wait and see if he messes up again? Vicky! She scolded the woman. Vicky was at least 8 years her junior, but they'd become fast friends when the doctor moved from Houston to Key West the year before. Her accent still remained, but it had eased up somewhat. Nonetheless, it still came out strong when she was in a relaxed setting, like tonight. Girl, Vicky responded, you can't expect him to read your mind. He needs a fighting chance to show you he's serious. Ava felt her stomach clench at the way her friend put it. Was Ava trying to sabotage him by not telling him what she was thinking? She wanted to talk with him, but then work had gotten in the way. Again. The reality that she hadn't been in a serious relationship since her former fiancé had been killed was not a new realization. She'd fought it along the way until they'd become more official about their relationship, but perhaps she was still fighting it, albeit subtly. You may have a point. Thank you, Vicky said, grabbing another handful of popcorn. So what can you tell me about Brandon West? Vicky blinked. You just about gave me whiplash. Did it loosen your tongue any? Ava grinned. You're being sneaky tonight, that's for certain. I suppose I can tell you that there isn't much to tell yet. But you found out it wasn't the mushrooms. Correct. I assume Jerome told you that. He did. The lab is running tests, but we won't get that information back anytime soon. Was it foul play? Ava knew she was pushing it, but she wanted to know as much as possible if it could help her with Maxine. I haven't made a ruling on that yet. Vic, Ava chided. What? All I can give you is theories, and that's never a good idea in a murder investigation. When Vicky said it, she winked, and Ava picked up on the fact her friend was giving her a clue. A small one, but a useful one. Then again, it was likely something Ava would have concluded on her own. A healthy boy in his early 20s didn't just drop dead in an alleyway. At least not typically, or without some form of interference. If the poisoned risotto was any indication, someone wanted poor Brandon West dead. And now, it was her chance to find out who and why, in order to clear Maxine's name. What are you thinking? Vicky asked. She had a look that bordered on caution. That this is all very strange. I mean, the young man was just that, young. What would be the reason to kill someone like that? And behind Maxine's restaurant as well? Why? To frame her? She was musing out loud, but Vicky seemed to understand that. Perhaps to get back at Maxine for something? Vicky shrugged. That's thin, I realize that. And it doesn't explain why his cause of death was unrelated to the poisoned risotto. That in and of itself is very odd. Is it possible someone didn't know they were death cap mushrooms? Vicky asked. You think someone at By Lamplight would cook with deadly mushrooms by accident? Okay, forget I suggested that. Ava smiled. She knew Vicky was just trying to help, but random theories did nothing to lead them any closer to an actual suspect, no matter how hard they tried to make a connection. They needed more information, and their case couldn't progress without it. Well, it's getting late, Vicky said, standing. I've got to be in early tomorrow, but this was fun. It was, Ava agreed. I'm sure if you haven't guessed it already, you know that we'll be talking about this case at book club. I figured. Maxine has always been so gracious to host us, and I hate to see her accused of something she didn't do. I mean, she didn't, right? Vicky grimaced. Surely she didn't do this. Of course not, Ava said with certainty. And yet, as she walked Vicky to the door, she wondered if her blind faith in the woman she hardly knew would get her in trouble. She didn't believe that the restaurant owner could have committed the crime, but only time would tell if her gut feeling was accurate or not. Chapter 5. The next morning dawned with bright blue skies and a gentle but warm breeze coming in off the water. The palm fronds swayed back and forth through the glass windows that housed the breakfast area for her guests. When Ava had renovated the large Victorian home, upgrading it from a flowery wallpaper bed and breakfast to something more modern and stylish, she'd left the sunroom area mostly the same, only updating the painting and adding new furniture. To this day, it was a choice she was immensely happy with. With the addition of air conditioning, the room was bright and sunny but still comfortable for her guests. It almost felt like eating breakfast outside while remaining in the comforts of the indoors. After making sure that Anton had everything he needed in the way of scheduling for the next few days, Ava stopped by to check on Poirot. While Pass usually kept track of the Amazon parrot, she always tried to spend a few minutes with him each day, more if it wasn't busy. Good morning, Poirot. Pretty bird, there's a storm brewing. Pretty bird gets a cracker. Her eyebrows rose. There's a storm, huh? She said, reaching for the almonds that he loved to get as treats. Where'd you learn that one? I think Jake gets credit for that, a soft voice said behind her. Benita, the housekeeper, stood there with a clipboard. She wore the usual polo and khaki pants everyone wore as the uniform for the Keys bed and breakfast. Has he been training him behind my back? Ava said, her smile emerging. I do not think it is on purpose, Miss Ava. Benita smiled. He just gets so excited when there's a storm coming that he says that phrase, and I believe Poirot has picked up on it. I'm sure you're right, Ava said with a laugh. Then turning to the parrot, she said, You're really starting to sound more like a pirate than Poirot. Pretty bird, was his reply. They went through the motions of the tricks the parrot knew to gain delicious treats, and then Ava said goodbye to the bird in order to attend to her duties. She spent most of the morning working through their bookkeeping as well as updating the reservations they had for the next few months. The summer was fully booked at this point, except for a few open slots she'd left for some of her regular customers. It wasn't typical, but she often reached out to those who came each year to see if they still were interested, especially if they hadn't had time to make their reservations yet. Once all of that was done, she got ready to turn over the desk to Sarah when her phone rang. Seeing Jerome's name, she answered with a smile. Hello? Hey there, came his deep bass voice. Just hearing him speak made her realize she missed him. It was a foolish notion since they had just seen one another mere days before, but their date had been cut short. Secretly, she'd hoped there was a way she'd be able to see him before the book club meeting. She knew it was a long shot, considering the new investigation that would probably take up all of his time, but it didn't change the way she felt. It was odd to realize, but ever since he'd finally, officially, asked her on a date, she'd started to notice her feelings changing toward him. They had always been there, to be sure, but in a muted sort of way. Ava had been single for the majority of her life, aside from the time years prior when she'd been engaged to a man who had been killed. That tragedy, along with other things like Uncle Sal's involvement in her life, had led her down the path toward investigation. Truthfully, there hadn't been much time left for things like relationships. Now in her late 40s, she was wondering if perhaps she was changing her thoughts on that. Ava? Jerome's voice drew her from her thoughts, and she smiled despite the fact he couldn't see her. Hi. Sorry, lost in thought, I guess. You doing okay? He asked. It was clear to her that he'd called for something else. There was an edge of anxiousness to his tone, but she also recognized his concern for her and felt warmth spread through her abdomen. I'm all right. What is it? There have been some interesting developments in Maxine's case. Could you come down to the station? You want me down there? She was surprised, knowing that she was not yet a licensed PI. In reality, she was little more than a civilian to the police. It's more that Maxine wants you down here, and I thought I'd call you to help speed things along. Is she all right? Ava was almost afraid to hear the answer to her question. Yes. Jerome's quick reply was helpful to stay any deeper worries, but she still knew something was going on. Either way, she wouldn't get answers until she was at the station in person. I'll be right down. Thanks. See you soon. He hung up, and Ava transitioned the front desk to Sarah, pausing to make sure the young woman was all right since their last conversation. While she wasn't exactly past the struggles she'd been dealing with then, she was doing well that morning and assured Ava they'd talk later. Ava picked up her purse and put on a light sweater for the quick ride to the police station. While it was warm enough to go without the sweater, she knew it would be cold in the station, and there was no telling how long she'd be in there. The cab ride only took minutes, and soon she was stepping out in front of the tall, beige-pink stucco exterior of the Key West police station. Officers in uniform came and went, many heading to cars that were parked in the adjacent lot. A few who recognized her from one crime scene or another waved at her as she headed toward the front door, and she felt a curious sense of belonging. It wasn't that she would be like law enforcement when she was licensed. She didn't believe that at all. But she did know that she was starting to see all sides of what it took to protect and serve. She had done copious amounts of paperwork in the last several months while she'd worked at Cutlass Investigations, and while she disliked that part, she was starting to understand a lot of police work was that plus legwork. It was a balance that sometimes tipped one way or the other. An icy blast of air-conditioned cold hit her as she stepped inside, but Jerome was there the next instant, his hand resting lightly on her elbow. This way, he said, guiding her to a different door than what she was used to entering through. Is Maxine okay? She asked. Just wait, he said. It was a frustrating non-answer, but she continued to follow him through the maze of halls and doors until he stopped outside a room. She's in there. I'll let her tell you what she's comfortable with, Jerome said. Was he trying to protect Maxine or Ava? Or was there something else at play here? Ava stepped into the room, and Maxine's gaze snapped to hers. At first, she looked confused, then relief followed, and she stood, immediately coming to Ava with arms outstretched for a hug. How are you? Ava asked, unsure of what else to say. Horrible, Maxine said, her voice muffled by Ava's shoulder. She finally pulled back, and Ava saw tears in the woman's eyes. What's happened? It didn't escape Ava's notice that Maxine had no cuffs on, and she'd been able to hug Ava. It's Michael, my son. He's been charged with killing Brandon. They've arrested my son! Ava rode in silence next to Maxine as they made their way toward by lamplight. The woman had used every last one of the tissues in Ava's purse and was still sniffling, but Ava wasn't sure what to say to help her friend. It was one thing for someone she knew to be charged with murder, erroneously, of course, but to have her son charged was even more damaging. While Ava had no kids of her own, she could imagine the fierce protectiveness of a mother over her son. It was devastating to be sure, but there was more going on that Ava couldn't read. Not with regard to Maxine, for Ava felt like the woman was an open book, but in the case. Naturally, there wasn't much Jerome could officially tell her, but when they left the police station where Michael was being held, Ava could tell he'd been holding back something. Maxine only agreed to leave in order to get a few things to freshen up so she could go back and wait for her son. What was it that Jerome hadn't said to her? The cab stopped in front of the restaurant, and Maxine got out, the blanket of sorrow weighting down her shoulders so that she fairly drooped, like a flower that had gone without sunlight for too long. Ava paid for the cab despite Maxine's offer, and they went inside. It was dark, and the scent of delicious food still lingered, though it was faint. It felt wrong to be inside the restaurant without the cheery atmosphere of guests filling each booth and table. Ava could only imagine how Maxine felt. How are you really doing, my friend? she asked, coming to stand next to Maxine, who had stopped frozen in the middle of the empty space. Lost. The honest answer held the weight of emotions. I'm so sorry about this. I'm sure it's just a mistake and Jerome will get things sorted out soon. I don't know, Maxine said, her voice heavy. I know my Michael would not do this terrible thing, and yet I don't know where he was. He won't speak to me, and... She turned to look at Ava. To be honest, I feel as if I've been slowly losing him this year. What do you mean? Ava asked, gently tugging the woman into a chair. It is his second semester in school, and I knew that going to college, even locally, would be a big change for him. I was so proud when he said he was going to enroll, and I supported him, naturally. But the last month or so, when I've seen him, he's been different. In what way? Ava kept her voice even, not wanting to alarm her friend with a mass of frantic questions. I don't know, excited at some points, troubled at others. Makos said he'd made a new set of friends and it was good. He told me there were good things coming, but he never elaborated. He would dodge my questions and hasn't spent much time with me. But you didn't suspect anything was really wrong, right? You mean that I think he would commit a murder? Anger laced her words, and Ava rushed to reassure her. That's not what I meant, at all. Ava placed her hand on Maxine's arm. I mean, did you think he was in any kind of trouble? I'm not suggesting he did what the police say he did, but there could be other things, other factors that play into all of this. Maxine looked somewhat abashed. I'm sorry. You're just trying to see this from all angles, and I'm responding badly. He is your son, I understand that. We both want to clear his name. She nodded, letting her gaze drift over the darkened restaurant. I didn't suspect anything. Nothing major. I wondered if he was a girl, or perhaps his classes were harder than he thought, but nothing too crazy. Ava nodded. They dropped into silence for a moment before both jumped at the sound of a loud knock on the glass-fronted door. Who could that be? Maxine said, more to herself than Ava. She stood and went to the front door, Ava following behind just in case it was something to do with Michael and her friend needed support. A tall, thin man stood on the other side of the door. He wore a gray suit, out of place for the keys, and he held a leather briefcase. He fidgeted nervously with his glasses, but straightened when he caught sight of Maxine through the door. Can I help you? She said, opening the door. Yes, I hope so. Are you Miss Dufrant? The man's voice was slightly nasally, and he shuffled from one foot to the other. I am, Maxine said. Her back straightened, likely sensing this was a business matter. May I come in? Just for a moment. Maxine looked at Ava, then nodded. I suppose, but I am not able to have a long conversation at the moment. I understand, the man said. Oh, hello, he said when he saw Ava. Hello. Ava followed as Maxine led them back to the table and flipped on a few lights in order to chase away some of the darkness. They sat, the man across from Maxine and Ava, as they occupied one side of the table. I'll jump right to the point, Miss Dufrant, the man began. My name is Kurt Billings, and I'm here on behalf of my client who wishes to remain unnamed at this time. Ava cast a sideways glance at Maxine, whose eyes narrowed. So she thought this was strange as well. And what exactly does your client want, Mr. Billings? A caterer, perhaps? Oh, no, he chuckled. They're interested in purchasing by lamplight, everything. Your lease on the building, your staff's contracts, your recipes, everything. My restaurant? More than that, as I said, they love what you've done here. He indicated the well-decorated room. It would be a wonderful opportunity for you. Ava caught her friend's frown just as she attempted to hide it. I see. And you're here to what? Negotiate? Of sorts. I can have the paperwork drawn up, and hold on, Mr. Billings, Ava said, leaning forward. I don't know that right now is the best time to be discussing this. Kurt Billings narrowed his eyes at Ava. My client thought it was the perfect time, seeing as the headlines are not going to be generous to Miss Dufrant soon. Ava gasped. How did he already know about what had happened at the restaurant only the night before? How? I have many well-connected friends, Mr. Billings said, his cold stare telling Ava not to push him, or he might turn to said friends. For what, she could only imagine. Please, Maxine held up a hand. I cannot discuss this, not today. She let out a slow breath. Will you give me a few days to consider this? But we've not even begun the negotiations, and Mr. Billings, Maxine said, her voice firm. It was the same tone Ava had heard her use in the kitchen. "If you force me to give an answer now, it will be no." He held up a hand to placate her. "I understand. Take all the time you need, though I would suggest not waiting too long. While my client is anxious to close on this deal, should the bad press have an ill effect on your business, that could decrease my client's offer. And while you're thinking..." He pulled out a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and passed it across to her. "This is their current offer." He stood, but before leaving, left his business card on the table as well, right next to the paper Maxine hadn't even reached for. "Thank you, and good day." With that, the man left with only the sound of the door closing in his wake. "You can't sell," Ava began, but Maxine held up a hand, more out of tiredness than anything else, Ava thought. "At any other time I would have agreed with you, Ava. But," Ava prompted, "I have Michael to think about. While the restaurant has done well, I would not say I am flush with cash at the moment. After that back porch renovation, my savings account has been depleted, and I will need to get him a lawyer, and..." "I'll help," Ava said. Maxine blinked. "What?" "I can help you with bills if that's a true worry. It would be an honor." Maxine reached across and picked up the paper, opening it only to blink several times before turning back to Ava. "I appreciate that, more than you know, my friend. But this is my mess, our mess. I've resigned myself to closing the restaurant for now, but I am not to the point of selling just yet, even if it is for a lot of money. I must consider what is best for Michael. Just know that I will help in any way I can, should you want the help." Tears filled Maxine's eyes as she reached around to hug Ava. "Thank you. The only help I want from you is to clear my son's name. I know he's innocent." Ava hugged her back and agreed to help, but at this point, she couldn't comment on guilt. There wasn't enough information, which was the next thing she would need to focus on. Who was the victim? Who did he know? And who would have a motive to kill him? Chapter 6.
"Ava, did you see the spread Anton left?"
Willard said, coming up to her when she arrived with the coffee and tea service she offered for every book club meeting. Normally, she would have had lemonade as well, but the weather had turned cooler, and she felt like the warm drinks would be welcome that night. "I did," she said with amusement. Willard was known not only for his appetite, but also his sweet tooth. "He's had some extra time on his hands, and I think he wanted to make some special treats for us."
"Good thing I only had half of my dinner before coming,"
the man said with a grin. "Is Bonnie downsizing your meals?" she asked.
"Nah, I was late."
He made a face and then turned toward the large assortment of sweets, along with a few savory treats. Anton really had gone all out, and she wondered if it had something to do with the conversation they'd had before. He was trying to give Sarah the space she seemed to need, but he wasn't sure what to do with his extra time. Baking seemed to be his answer. She saw the woman she'd just been thinking about, speaking with Kay and Pete, local dog groomers and long-standing members of the Murder Mystery Book Club. Tonight they had brought 2 miniature poodles with them who sat at their feet begging for either attention or food. Ava wasn't sure which they were after. Perhaps it was both. On the other smaller couch sat Elijah and Vicky, talking animatedly as usual. They couldn't seem to decide if they wanted to date or if they were content with their friendship, but more recently Vicky had said they were spending more time together. It made Ava happy just thinking about it, knowing that they were good for one another. When the door to the back porch opened, Ava looked up to see Geraldine enter with Jake following behind her. Hope sprung to life in her chest. Perhaps he'd found out some information on the boy who had died and who might be a suspect. "Well, I think we're all here," Ava said. Everyone grabbed their drinks and food and settled into a circle while Ava looked around in pride at her small but mighty group. "Anton outdid himself," Geraldine said, biting into an eclair that left cream at the corner of her mouth. Ava's eyes went to Sarah of their own volition, and she caught the faint blush on the woman's cheeks. "He did. Now on to business. First, I hate to say it, but would you all mind if we postponed the book discussion that we'd planned for tonight in light of recent events?" A chorus of course went up around the group, and Ava felt the warmth in her chest expand. Not only was this group a joy to discuss literature with, they were also her friends and truly wanted to help. Besides, they could never resist a real-life murder mystery.
"Where does it all stand?"
Pete asked. "Quiet, honey." Kay put her hand on her husband's arm. Her white nails had tiny black paw prints that stuck out against the solid color and made Ava smile. "She's gonna tell us, aren't you, Ava?" "I am." And she did. She filled them in on what had happened, with additions from Geraldine and Willard when needed. She also included the information she'd learned that day from Maxine and how her son had been arrested. "What a shame," Geraldine said, shaking her head.
"What did they say was the evidence against him?" Elijah asked.
Despite his clean appearance, the man was an artist and had paint splattered on his clothes and his hands. No one cared one bit. It was his keen mind that they valued most on their cases. "I wasn't given that information," Ava said regretfully. And of course, Jerome wouldn't be there that night. He texted earlier that day to say that he would be busy for the next few days, if not more, working on the case. She understood, but it was still challenging knowing she wouldn't get to see him much, if at all. Nonetheless, she was determined to focus on freeing Michael and Maxine and to find the real killer.
"What do you know, Vicky?" Pete said.
Kate's eyes widened at her husband's boldness, but Vicky laughed. "I'm afraid there's not much I know at this point." She looked at Ava and then back at the group. "But I can say that from what I've heard through the grapevine."
"Which is a better grapevine than ours," Willard added under his breath, meaning the police station. Ava couldn't argue that.
"What I've heard is that Michael Dufresne is a biology major and had access to the mushrooms that were found in the risotto next to the deceased." "But that wasn't what killed him," Ava said. She wasn't really arguing with Vicky, but the thought slipped out before she could reel it in. "It wasn't," Geraldine said. Ava hadn't had a chance to tell them about that part yet. "Actually, no," Vicky said. "I was able to rule out the mushrooms since they weren't in his stomach. He hadn't eaten the poisoned dish."
"Then how does Michael fit in?" Elijah asked.
"I'm not sure," Ava said, again wishing she'd been able to talk to Jerome about this. "My guess would be that having poisoned mushrooms in a dish next to a dead body is suspicious enough for them to hold him, at least initially."
"I suppose," Elijah said, shaking his head. "But that doesn't directly link him, does it?"
"It doesn't seem to," Ava admitted. "There must be more," Sarah added, drawing Ava's attention. "I was thinking the same thing." She turned to Jake. "Did you find anything out?" Jake looked around the circle and gave an awkward wave.
"Hi, everyone,"
he said by way of introduction. Ava hadn't introduced him because everyone knew him, but now she wondered if she should have. He forged ahead before she got the chance. "I was sent on a covert mission to my college to uncover some information, but I didn't really get a lot, at least not yet." "That's okay," Ava said with a smile. "What did you find?"
"Mostly who he hung out with. Michael Dufresne is one of the names on my list, actually," he said, holding up a ratty notebook with a half-grin. "Plus a few others. Stephanie Taylor, Trent Sims, and a guy named Zach. Didn't get his last name. They mostly spend a lot of time in one of the study rooms. Apparently they've been known to get into some trouble recently." "Trouble? What kind?" Willard asked. "Like pranks and things. But there was a rumor I heard that mentioned theft."
"I mean, it didn't sound like it was proven or had been called to the police's attention, but I can't be sure." Ava made a mental note to check with Jerome on this. "Good work, Jake."
"I'll keep looking,"
he said with eager enthusiasm. "What can we do?" Geraldine said. Many echoed her sentiments. Ava smiled back at her friends. "There are some things we can look into now, but I was thinking we could all take turns sitting with Maxine as she waits on Michael's bail being released. She needs friends with her." "I can do that," Geraldine said. Willard also agreed, along with Kay, Pete, and Elijah. "I'm sorry, but count me out. I'll be super busy for the next few weeks. It was all I could do to get tonight off," Vicky said. "Understood," Ava said. Sarah remained quiet, but Ava already knew it was due to her preoccupation with Uncle Sal's case, something she also needed to help with. "I think our next steps need to be focused on Brandon Kent. Who was he? What could someone's motive be for harming him? And once we know how he died, we can address who could have killed him in that way."
"No small order," Elijah pointed out.
"True," Ava agreed. "I think it has to do with the school. I don't know why or how, perhaps just a gut feeling, but that's going to make your research invaluable, Jake."
"No pressure," he said with a grin.
"None at all," she added with a wink. "Thank you all for coming to help with this," Ava added, looking around at everyone. "I can't think of a better group of people to uncover the truth with." And Ava knew that was the truth. With their record of solving cases, She knew this was a group of people she could not only count on to be there for her, but for whatever she might come across. The Murder Mystery Book Club was more than a club. It was a family. "Have you made any progress?" Ava asked as Sarah helped her carry in what was left of the overabundance of treats Anton had made. While many had taken extras home with them, there would still be plenty to put out the next day for guests to enjoy as well. "Not much," she admitted, looking somewhat defeated. "I started digging through the records that are available online, like you suggested, but I just don't have access to some of them, and some were likely not digitized yet." Ava nodded, understanding her situation. "I've come across that at Cutlass Investigations as well. It's one thing to have additional access, but as a civilian, we don't have that all the time. Can you do anything to help me?" Ava paused, a tray of goodies halfway to the refrigerator. "I don't know." She finished her task, then turned to the young woman. "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I don't know if Doug will give me access," she clarified. "I see. But I'll try." Sarah paused, pushing a piece of hair away with the back of her hand. "Do you think I'm chasing after a shadow?" Ava considered her. "I think you and I both have something innate within us that pushes us to find the truth, to find answers. In some cases, as I've learned the hard way, there aren't answers for some things. Why bad things happen. Why people choose to do unspeakable evil. Things of that nature. But sometimes, when we look, we uncover something that gives peace. And of course, sometimes there are never answers." Ava thought back to her own fiancé's death. It had been so suspicious to her at first. She'd thrown herself into investigating it and eventually came to realize that she'd been looking for premeditation in a crime that had been simply a random act of violence spurred on by greed. At the time, she'd been looking for closure, though she hadn't seen it as that. But when she finally admitted the truth to herself, she'd found the peace she'd needed. She hadn't shared that with Sarah, and didn't feel the desire to do so now, but it shaped her words of advice to the young woman. Ava gave Sarah a gentle smile. "I think it's important for us to search while we can, but to also know when to stop." "Which is it then?" Sarah asked. "I can't tell you that. Only you can know for certain what your conviction is. Go with that. And if you don't know yet, then perhaps it's not time to stop yet." "But—" Sarah looked as conflicted as her voice sounded. "I don't know. I don't even know what I don't know." Ava chuckled at the confusing sentence. "That's all right. I think you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Remember, what's most important to us has to be what's in our present. The past can sometimes get in the way, believe me, I know. But that shouldn't stop you from moving forward in your life right now." "I hear you," Sarah said, running her finger along the metal countertop. "I think I just want to have it all. Answers to the past as well as the amazing things that are happening in my present." "Such as?" Ava said with a conspiratorial grin. "Oh, you know." Sarah looked away, blushing. "This wouldn't have anything to do with an overly ambitious baker, would it?" Sarah laughed. Yes, it would. I think he started to realize how important my personal space is to me. I mean, I'm happy to spend time with him, I love it, but I also need my own things, like this book club. And honestly, my search for answers about Uncle Sal might be one of those things as well. But Anton's been great about giving me the space to do what I need." "That's really good, Sarah," Ava said, gently squeezing her arm. "Just remember, take the space you need, but don't let it separate you from the good things in your life right now." "I hear you, Ava." Sarah met her gaze and offered a genuine smile. "Thanks for being part of my present and caring for me the way you have. I don't know where I would be without you. You'd be off somewhere else having adventures, but I prefer having you here with us." "I think I'm beginning to prefer that too." They said their goodnights, and then Sarah left Ava to lock up the downstairs. There were keycard locks on each door so guests could come and go as they pleased, but Ava liked to lock everything up each night just to make sure. Then, as she made her way down the lighted path toward the cottage, she thought again about what Sarah had asked. Perhaps her internship with Cutlass Investigations would lend itself to a few leads. There was no way Doug could say she wasn't learning if she was stretching her skills on real cases, though she doubted he'd see it that way. In the morning, she determined to seek him out and find out exactly what he thought of the whole idea. Then, depending on his answer, she'd either be busy searching out Uncle Sal and perhaps even Brandon Kent, or she'd be pleading her case with the agency's boss. Chapter 7. It was time for her face-to-face with Cutlass Investigations leader, Doug Thacker. She stepped into his office at the back of the small space he rented. It housed her desk, his office, and one other office that held 2 desks where other detectives worked. As she glanced around, she reminded herself why she had the guts to ask what she was going to ask. Doug was an intimidating man with a shock of dark hair, gray at his ears, and piercing blue eyes. He was likely only a few years older than Ava herself, but he'd been in the business for a long time after leaving his station as a detective in Denver, Colorado for the beach life, as he liked to say. "Morning," he barked. "Have a seat." She did, keeping her back straight so that she could almost look him in the eye across his battered desk. "So, you have some questions, is it?" Ava knew she needed to tread carefully, but she also couldn't afford to show her nerves. Doug was like a shark. One speck of blood in the water and he would attack. While she wasn't afraid he would get angry, she was worried he might laugh her all the way out of her internship. Still, she had to try. "I do, and I want you to hear me out before you tell me no. That is, if you feel the desire to tell me no." She swallowed. "I see. Well, spit it out, Miss Stewart." Ava smoothed her fingers over the smooth surface of her navy blue pencil skirt. "There's an old case that a friend and I are looking into. It deals with a man I called Uncle Sal, the very same man who inspired me to want to become a private investigator." She knew she was losing him as she offered personal details, so she sped it up. "He was murdered." There was a light of interest in his eyes as she continued. "I'd like to find out who did it." He didn't say anything, so she took that to mean she should move on to the next part of her request. "There was also a recent murder behind the By Lamplight restaurant," she said. He nodded, indicating he knew of it. "I'd like to look into the boy who was killed, just a little. I won't step on the investigator's toes, but I think it would be beneficial to know just who this young man was." "Let me get this straight," Doug said, leaning back in his chair. "You think I'm running some type of charity thing around here?" Doug was what some would call a hard person, but she knew there was more behind that simple facade. Perhaps she could get around that now. "I'm happy to pay for it if money is the true issue." "If it's not, what would you think is the true issue, Miss Stewart?" "I think it would be a false roadblock you're trying to put up to see how far I'll push to get what I want." And that's when Ava saw the first hint of a real smile from the man she was interning under. "Why, Miss Stewart, you might have caught yourself a break." He chuckled and leaned forward, his fingers intertwining. "Tell me more." She went into some detail about Uncle Sal's case and how he'd been found murdered by her now employee Sarah Fisk, how she'd taken a few documents from the scene, though she had since returned them under Ava's suggestion. She shared the drug connection, that a man with a distinctive tattoo was involved, and that Sarah had a feeling there was more to the story. When she finished, she let the silence linger, noting that Doug looked more pensive than bored. "I think we should look into it." The use of "we" took her aback. "We? The agency? You see, you're no longer a lone wolf, or whatever you've come to be to Jerome. Lackey, perhaps?" She offered an indignant look, but didn't say anything. "I'll get Charlie to look into it." "Who's Charlie?" Ava asked. Doug grinned. "I haven't introduced you to her yet. She's usually too much for newbies to handle." He held up a hand as if staying her protest at the term newbie. "But she's my right-hand woman, even if she is leaving at the end of the year." "Leaving?" Ava asked. "Leaving." It was all he said, and by the look on Doug's face, she didn't want to press for more details. "She'll give you her insights and can even take a trip up there to socialize with the local LEOs." "LEOs?" Ava asked. "Law enforcement officers. Charlie understands stuff like that." His smile was placating. "Anyway, why don't you focus in on what you've got locally right now, the restaurant thing? Jerome's working with you on this?" "Yes," Ava said, though she allowed enough hesitance that Doug picked up on it. "He's giving you the runaround." "I wouldn't say that. I'm just not legally able to help in all that." "And that stopped you before?" She smiled. This was where she could impress Doug, or hope to. "It hasn't, and it won't now either. I've got my team working on it." He narrowed his eyes. "You're talking about that book club, aren't you?" He didn't sound impressed. "Yes. They're a group of very keen investigators. They may not all be looking to get their PI license, but they're worth employing in whatever capacity they can help." "You work with them on your own time," he said, holding up a hand. "While you're here, you'll work on the case details we've given you, and you can look into whatever else with any extra time you get.
Info on the deceased should be readily available through our channels. Ava tempered her smile as best as possible. Thank you, Doug. Yeah, sure. Do what you can, and Charlie will take care of the rest. For now. Ava was intrigued by this Charlie woman, but she knew there were too many things to focus on without bringing in another woman PI for her to swap stories with. If Charlie could help, she'd take all the information she could get. Anything else? She said, standing and facing Doug as he relaxed back in his chair. Yeah. Will you get me a cup of coffee? She raised one eyebrow. Not likely. His grin appeared instantly. You're learning already. And with that, she left his office. How are you doing? Ava asked, hugging Maxine where she sat outside of the police department on a bench in the shade. I've been better, she admitted, wiping a tissue beneath her eyes. I can't get over seeing Michael in there. It's horrible. Ava could imagine. She wrapped an arm around the woman's shoulders and squeezed gently. She wanted to say she had helpful information, but the work Doug had given her had taken the rest of her time that morning, so she'd promised to come in early in order to leave time to dig into their systems for information on Brandon Kent. She would have stayed later, but she'd promised Maxine she'd share lunch with her at the station so the woman wouldn't have to be far in case something happened. Moving away somewhat, she pulled out the small lunch she'd stopped to pick up at the bakery across from Cutlass Investigations. Ava handed her a napkin first. I brought a few small sandwiches. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I brought a variety. You are a dear, Maxine said, and Ava could tell she was trying not to cry. You need to keep up your strength, Ava said, sensing the woman was going to refuse the food. It's hard to have an appetite, and that's something coming from me. Her smile was weak, but Ava appreciated the effort. Just try a few bites, and then you can fill me in on what transpired today. They sat in silence for a few minutes, munching thoughtfully on the meat and cheese sandwiches. Then Maxine met Ava's gaze. They said he would be questioned today. I've hired an attorney recommended by one of my restaurant clients. A friend of a friend, I suppose? At least Michael has someone there with him. Where is his father? Ava asked, curious as to why the man hadn't been around. On a commercial fishing trip. I haven't been able to get a word to him, but perhaps it's for the best. He's an overreactor, if you know what I mean. Ava had a feeling she did. You'll tell him when he comes back? Naturally, she said, looking off into the distance. After a few moments of silence, she spoke again. I've thought more about selling the restaurant. Ava's stomach clenched. You shouldn't make a hasty decision. I've often thought that perhaps my work kept me away from Michael too much. That maybe... I don't know. Maybe if I'd been around more, none of this would have happened. She broke down into more tears, and Ava hugged her again. You can't think like that. First of all, Ava spoke to the woman's bowed head. It's not your fault you're in this situation. You are not responsible for Michael's actions. But at the same time, we don't even know if he's at fault or not. We cannot give up hope. I'm not. She quickly leaned back, making sure to meet Ava's gaze. I don't believe he did this. I don't. But there's always a small possibility, no matter how impossible it seems to me. And that's what troubles me the most. Ava could understand that, and yet she didn't want to lean too heavily one way or the other in front of the woman. Either Michael had a reason to harm Brandon, and he'd also had the means, or there was no reason he'd have wanted the young man dead, and his access to the deadly mushrooms was merely a coincidence. Either way, what would matter most to her friend was what Ava was doing to help her. She quickly jumped into an explanation about her talk with the Murder Mystery Book Club, and then added in the good news about Doug's offered help. She might have shined a slightly more positive spin on it than the conversation had hinted at, but the result was the same. They had access to helpful information. I can't thank you enough, Ava, Maxine said when she was done. With hidden joy, Ava noted that she took a few more bites of the sandwich as well. Just as she was about to bring out the small chocolate torte for them to share, Ava looked up and caught sight of Jerome coming out of the station. She texted him earlier to say she would be there if he had a moment during his lunch break, but she hadn't heard from him. It caused her to smile when she saw him, but soon that smile soured when he stopped a few feet away, indicating for her to come to him. I'll be right back, she said to Maxine. The woman looked as if she wanted to come along, but something must have held her back, because she merely nodded and broke into the torte. Hey, Ava said, coming up to Jerome. Surprising her,
He pulled her into a hug that she readily accepted. "Hey," he breathed into her hair before pulling back. "I didn't think you'd gotten my text," she said. "I'm sorry. I wasn't sure I'd be able to get away, but then I found a small break. And there's news." She swallowed. "What kind?" He gently tugged her toward a concrete planter ledge that also doubled as a sitting area, and they sat facing one another. "I'm at a bit of a loss here," he admitted. "In what way?" She was shocked to see him so unnerved. "This morning, right as we were beginning to interview Michael, 3 other students came forward confessing to the murder." Ava blinked. "Wait, what?" "I know. I had the same reaction, but it's true. They're being prepared for questioning, waiting on lawyers and such, but it's odd. I've never had this happen." "Are they trying to confuse the case against Michael?" "I thought that too, and it could still prove to be the case, but something about the way they look makes me think it might be more than that. More serious." Ava nodded just as the door to the station opened again. A young blonde woman came out. She wore expensive leather heels and seemed to dress older than the age she appeared. "Is that one of them?" Ava asked, indicating the girl with a nod of her head. "No," Jerome said after following the direction of her gaze. "She's the young woman who drove them over. She says she wasn't involved." "Interesting. I know. We'll be looking into her too, but she appears to be a concerned friend." As Ava watched the woman get into an expensive car, she thought she saw her wipe a tear away. Perhaps that's exactly who she was, a young friend caught up in a mess, forced to drive her friends to the police station. "It's a shame," Ava said, turning back to Jerome. "They're all too young to be dealing with this." "Unfortunately, there's no age limit on murder," he said. Ava agreed, though as she looked back at Maxine, she assumed a parent might always think it was too early for their child to be wrapped up in something as ugly as this. Only time would tell who the real culprit, or culprits, were, and who was merely muddying the waters. Chapter 8. Ava made it back to the Keys bed and breakfast in time to see Sarah just before her shift ended. The young woman looked tired, but also peaceful. "You look ready to go home," Ava said with a chuckle. "I am," she agreed. "Stayed up too late last night reading that newest A.C. George book." At Ava's questioning glance, she elaborated. "I think Pete has read it 3 times, so he was willing to part with his copy for a few days." "Just a few," Ava said, amused. "I'm ready for him to ask for it back any minute," Sarah said with a laugh. "I gather you're liking it?" Ava asked. "Very much. She has a way of weaving in the backstory of characters in a way you wouldn't expect, never giving too much away until the end." "I do like that about her," Ava admitted, "though I'm not quite done with this one yet." "Then don't bring it up in conversation with Pete," Sarah warned. "He nearly spoiled the ending for me the other night at book club." "He should know better," Ava said with mock severity. "He should," Sarah said, pulling on a light sweater and leaving her plastic name tag in the top drawer of the desk. "I wanted to let you know of a recent development in our case," Ava said, walking with Sarah toward the door. She stopped, eyes going wide. "Wait, really?" "Yes." Ava proceeded to share what Doug had said and that the unknown Charlie was going to be working the case for them. "Can I meet her? Talk to her before she goes up there? I know so much and—" Ava held up a hand. "I'm sure she'll want to talk with you, but let's let her go through her own process. It could be something where her fresh eyes will be better suited to the case itself." Sarah nodded. "That makes sense. Perhaps my recollection of events would only point her in the wrong direction." Ava smiled back at Sarah. "What?" she said. "I'm just proud of you. Can I say that? Does that make me sound too old?" Ava laughed. "No, Thanks." Sarah blushed. "I just keep remembering what you said, that we can't live in the past. I have to let this happen naturally. I'm afraid if I push it, I'll only regret what the outcome might be. When I'm less worried about it, the answers seem—" She searched for the word. "Not less important, but perhaps less crucial?" "I understand, I really do." Ava gave her friend a hug. "Now go home and get some rest." "I doubt it. Either Anton will come over to make me dinner and we'll end up playing a board game. He just loves Scrabble. Or I'll start reading and likely end up finishing that book." "Those are some pretty great options," Ava said. "You know what? They are." Sarah smiled and turned to leave.
Ava watched her walk down the front walkway, then turned back to the empty main floor of the bed and breakfast. She hadn't seen many of her guests for the last several months since she started working at Cutlass Investigations. It was something that pained her because she'd always prided herself on guest interaction, but she did have a stellar team that was stepping in to fill that space in just the right way. Still, she would be happy when her time at Cutlass was done. Though even as she said it, she remembered the teasing look on Doug's face when she'd refused to get him coffee. The young receptionist there had warned her he might try something like that. She'd been adamant to tell Ava not to do it, no matter what Doug said, and Ava was happy she hadn't given in. It was only upon reflection that she realized he hadn't actually wanted her to get him coffee. No. The glint of challenge had been in his eyes, and she'd responded exactly how he'd hoped she would. There was a sense of satisfaction in that for her. Turning back to the empty space, Ava walked past the row of ferns and potted plants that created a natural divider in the room. It was time to visit Poirot. "Hello," she said, coming close to his white metal cage. "Pretty bird, hello. Pretty bird gets a cracker." She smiled. "You're talkative tonight. Did you not get a lot of attention today?" "Pretty bird, call the cops." Poirot bobbed his head up and down as she fished out an almond for him. After making him shake his wing, she offered him the treat. "Call the cops," she said, watching him carefully devour the nut from his claw. "I wish I could. I know you miss Jerome. Me too." Even speaking to the stillness of the main floor, Ava felt the truth of her words more acutely than she'd expected. She missed Jerome. And hadn't she just seen him that day? It was a ridiculous notion that she could miss him, but she did. It was a different type of missing. Not one that came with a brief few moments of talking that was mainly directed toward a case. It was the type of missing that surrounded the lack of someone's essence. She snorted at the mere thought. "Call the cops," Poirot demanded again. "Yes, I'm being silly, but I like him, Poirot. I really do." She offered him another almond after he shook his claw at her. "I didn't think I would fall this quickly, or perhaps this hard, but I believe I have." "Pretty bird," Poirot said, as if in agreement with her statement. "Good night, sweet bird," she said, turning away. The reality was she cared deeply for Jerome, and while they had been friends for the majority of a year, working cases alongside one another, this was something beyond friendship, something that caused her to notice his absence in her life when they were unable to connect on a deeper level, to have a conversation over coffee or a meal, or just to sit and talk by the pool at the B&B as they did sometimes. Of course she understood. The season was busy for her and for him, but with the introduction of yet another murder, they were back to the time-sucking cycle of Jerome working long hours and Ava trying her best to help him finish the case quickly. It wouldn't be so bad if she could be there when he came home at night. The unbidden thought popped into her mind as she walked toward her small cottage. It was so sudden it made her stop mid-stride and she nearly toppled into the water. Was she really considering marriage to Jerome? It seemed ridiculous. They hadn't known each other that long, and they hadn't been dating that long either. And yet, considering their age and the fact that she felt confident she knew who Jerome truly was at his core, and he her, perhaps her idea wasn't as foolish as it initially felt. Perhaps. But one thing was certain, they couldn't talk about anything remotely that deep until after this case was wrapped up. She turned the key in her lock and stepped inside, closing the door to rest against it in order to allow her thoughts to rest too. Perhaps, after this case was solved, she could broach a very different topic with Jerome to see how he responded. She smiled at the mere thought. "Ava!" Jake said, rushing toward her. It was then that Ava noticed a figure at the desk. Moving to look behind Jake, she was able to see that it was Geraldine. What's going on? Jake looked flushed and a little overexcited, which wasn't exactly unlike him, but there seemed to be something pressing on his mind. And the fact that Geraldine was there also had to mean something. "Slow down, son," Geraldine said, taking her time to walk up to the pair. "You'd think his shorts were on fire." Jake gave her a look, but Ava laughed. "Come have a seat, both of you. Tell me what's happened." The trio moved to a velvet couch and a pair of palm print chairs. Ava sat in a chair while Jake and Geraldine took the couch. "So G here? What did you just call her?" Ava said. "G, it's her nickname," Jake said with a grin. When Ava looked at her, Geraldine merely rolled her eyes, which made them all laugh. Go on, Ava said. G had a good idea, to see if I could do some social media research into what happened. Since Brandon seemed to know a lot of people on campus, I started a search of stuff related to his murder. Did you find something? Ava asked. It was a silly question, but she realized it too late. You bet he did, Geraldine said. Show her the hash browns. Ava blinked. The what? She means hashtags, Jake said. It was his turn to roll his eyes. She means the hashtag Who Killed Brandon Kent hashtag. It's a social media thing. Ava was aware, but she let him explain how it connected photos that were all tagged with the same hashtag and collected them into one location on an app. We started looking through them and found that there were a lot of photos of him from the day he died. How do you know? Ava asked. G here? She remembered what he was wearing? Sure did, she said. He had on that white hoodie and dark jeans. Ava narrowed her eyes. He could have worn that many times. True, Jake agreed, but we limited our search to the last few days. People posting images before could have tricked us in that regard, but we also took into account his hair length. Ava nodded, understanding where he was going with this. What did you uncover? So, his hoodie is white, he said, pointing to a photo. Yes, she said, not understanding why that mattered. Well, look here. He pulled up another photo and, using 2 fingers, zoomed in on the photo. Ava leaned in. What is that? Lipstick, Jake said. Gloss, Geraldine corrected. Whatever, same thing, Jake amended. Are you sure? Ava asked. Pretty certain, Jake said. I mean, we saw it on a few other photos, and I think I've narrowed it down that he got it on the sweatshirt between his 2nd and 3rd class of the day. Ava looked at him with surprise. I know, I'd say I'm pathetic, but it's for a good cause, right? Right, Ava agreed. What else did you find? A young woman who has the same shade, Geraldine said. Jake shot her a look like she'd stolen his thunder, but he went on to explain. We set up a timeline to the best of our ability based on the timed postings of the photos. That's how I determined approximately when it had happened. Anyway, when I started to search through his friends' social profiles, Geraldine spotted the girl with the shade we think is consistent with the lip stain on his shirt. That's some remarkable deductive work, you two, Ava said, genuinely impressed. Thank you, Jake said, looking giddy. But there's one problem, Geraldine added. What's that? Ava asked. Jake deflated a bit. She's right. We can't be certain it is the same shade. Well, without the original and then seeing the actual shade, I assume that would be hard. Not for me. Ava turned to the older woman. What do you mean? Honey, get me within 2, maybe 3 feet of the gloss wearer, and I'll be able to tell you if it's the right shade or not. How? Ava asked. I thought I told you. I used to work at the makeup counter before I met my husband all those years ago, and let me tell you, I was good at my job. I've kept up with all the latest trends. I'm retired. What else would I do? She offered a raspy chuckle, but then sobered. I've already arranged with Vicky to accidentally on purpose drop by when the clothes are out in her lab. That way I can see the real shade up close. Then, this is where it gets weird, Jake interrupted. Geraldine elbowed him. Not weird, not at all. I'm just going to pretend to be Jake's grandma taking a school tour. He'll walk me to the classes we've narrowed down and see if we can't find the young woman wearing the right, or should I say wrong, shade. Just because her lipstick— Gloss, both Geraldine and Jake corrected. Lip gloss, Ava emphasized. Just because it's on the sweatshirt doesn't mean she killed him. Very true, my dear, Geraldine said. But I think it is important that we find out as much about this young man as possible, and she's certainly a part of the picture here. Ava couldn't argue with that. Then an idea struck her. Jake, what if your very strange combination of relatives included an aunt and an adopted brother? Jake frowned. What? Ava grinned. I think Elijah and I should come on the tour too. We'll cover more ground that way, and who knows, maybe we'll find some clues that you can't find digitally. He shook his head and tossed his hands up. Why not? I mean, family is family, right? Right, Ava and Geraldine said in unison. Chapter 9. It was early afternoon when Ava, Geraldine, and Elijah showed up at the community college campus. They looked like an odd combination with Elijah's paint-splattered ensemble, Geraldine looking like she walked off the set of The Love Boat, and Ava in her bed and breakfast uniform since she hadn't had time to change. Jake walked up to them from a large building marked cafeteria. He was grinning, though she wondered if he really was all right with this. Not only were they an odd bunch, but they would be asking some difficult questions as well. "Jake, are you sure you want to associate with us?" Ava said. Elijah snorted a laugh, but quieted with a look from her. "What I mean is that we'll be asking around about a young man who's died, and the questions could be uncomfortable for some. I don't want to put you in an awkward position." He tossed a hand up. "Don't worry about it. All I've got is the rest of the semester, and honestly, if what we're doing is looking for the truth, why would I care what that means for my reputation? I care more about the truth." Ava smiled, her heart full to hear him express it so honestly. "I'm going to miss you when you leave." He scuffed a shoe against the concrete. "Oh, thanks, Ava. Working for you is awesome." After a moment, Geraldine pushed forward. "Let's go, grandson." They all shared a laugh, and he led the way, pointing out the music building, science buildings, and the English buildings as they went. This was Brandon's second class of the day from what I saw of his schedule. He didn't elaborate, and she had a feeling he'd looked where he shouldn't have been in order to find the information. Or perhaps he just asked a friend. She wasn't going to ask for details. They positioned themselves outside of the building, right where the class would let out, and waited. The sun was warm, but they found a shady area to sit while they waited. They talked about a few things, creating a strategy for what they would do should they see the young woman. "What if there are more than one?" Elijah asked. It was a good question. "Stall," Geraldine said. Elijah nodded, but Ava wondered if they'd have enough of them to do that if the color was a popular shade. Just then, the clock hit the hour, and the doors soon opened to a streaming line of students. Their eyes were on them in a way that Ava hoped wasn't too conspicuous when Geraldine elbowed her. "There," she said, pointing as covertly as possible to a young woman with dark brown hair pulled up into a ponytail. Her bright pink lips were pursed, as if to blow a kiss. "That's Jasmine," Jake said. "No way she's in on it." Ava wanted to laugh since his words made it sound like this was a gangster movie, but instead Geraldine moved with surprising speed to intercept the young woman. "Excuse me, dear," Geraldine said. Ava could tell she was putting on a grandmotherly tone. "What is that lip shade? It's simply divine." She leaned forward, but instead of it being awkward, it looked adorable. Ava tried to hide her smile. "Oh, gosh," the girl grinned, twisting the bottom of her ponytail between two fingers. "You like it?" "I do, very much. I got it from my friend Steph." "Stephanie Taylor?" Jake asked. "Yeah, her." "Do you know where she got it?" Geraldine asked. Ava thought they could do without grilling the young woman, but she still seemed relatively interested in talking. "Sorry, not sure. She just had it in her purse before—" The young woman swallowed. "Before what, dearie?" Ava nearly lost it then, seeing Elijah cover his smile too. Geraldine, sometimes overly young for her age, was playing it up as if she were in her 90s. The girl ignored Geraldine's question. "Oh, you're sweet. Is this your grandma, Jake?" the girl asked. Yeah." Jake seemed uncomfortable, but the girl didn't notice. "What I was going to say earlier," Jasmine continued, though she lowered her voice, "was before she went to the police station yesterday." Ava sobered immediately. "Really? Is she all right?" "I don't know," Jasmine shrugged. "She just said there was something she had to do. Looked real sad about it, too, you know?" "Yes, I do," Ava said, more to herself than the young woman. "Thanks, dear," Geraldine said. She patted her arm, sending her on her way before turning back to the group. "The lipstick was from one of the girls who admitted to killing Brandon?" she asked. "It would seem that way," Ava said. "But we still don't know what that means, do we?" Elijah said. "I mean, sure, there was lipstick on his sweatshirt, but that doesn't mean she killed him." "No, of course not," Ava said. "But it does mean that they were together on the day he died. We need to speak with her." The last part was more of an afterthought, but it was going to potentially be the hardest part of all of this with the girl in custody. She looked around, watching the students on their way to other classes. She caught sight of the back of a young woman who looked familiar.
Moving away from her friends for a moment, Ava followed the girl discreetly for a few paces until she stopped at a water fountain to fill up a reusable water bottle. When she shifted to the side, Ava knew where she'd seen the girl. At the police station. She was the one who had taken her friends to the station but had left. What had Jerome said her name was? Or had he said it at all? Taking a cue from Geraldine, Ava made her way up to the young woman. "Hello, excuse me, but can I ask you where you got that water bottle?" The young woman looked up, surprised. Ava thought she might have caught a hint of recognition in the young woman's eyes, but it was there and gone before she could be certain. Yeah, it's a brand called Earthwise. They're all about sustainable products and stuff. I got it online." Ava nodded. "It's very nice. I've been looking for a new one myself. It's not cheap," she said with a subtle shrug, "but I like the best, you know?" Ava nodded, and the girl flashed a dim smile. She looked as if she was about to walk away, but then she opened her leather bag to slip her water bottle inside, and Ava saw her next opening. "Is that an A.C. George novel?" She smiled. "Yeah, her newest. It's amazing. I've read it 3 times already." "Wow," Ava said. The girl could give Pete a run for his money. Scrambling for a topic, Ava decided a more direct approach was needed. "Did you happen to know the young man who died?" The rapid shift in topics shocked the young woman. Ava saw that clearly, but then suspicion took over. "Who are you?" There were many ways that Ava thought to approach the sensitive subject, but she wasn't sure what would create the most trust from the young woman. "I saw you outside the police station yesterday, didn't I? Talking with that detective," she said. And that was the angle Ava would play. More the truth than angle, really. "My name is Ava Stewart, and I occasionally work with Detective Makos on some cases in a private capacity." "What, like a PI or something?" "Something like that." "You're here investigating?" She looked uncertain, and after shoving her full water bottle back into her bag, she wrapped her arms around herself. "In a manner of speaking, I'm just looking into the young man who died. Any information you could give would be so helpful. What's your name?" she said, to start out small. "I'm Ivy Havisham." "Nice to meet you, Ivy," Ava said with a gentle tone. "Did you know Brandon Kent?" She nodded, tucking a strand of bottle blonde hair behind an ear. "Yeah, I mean, kind of. He was nice and all." She didn't meet Ava's gaze. "Did you see him the day he died?" I don't think so. I'm an English major, and he wasn't in any of my classes." She looked up, and there was innocence in her blue gaze. "He was kind of the life of the party, you know? All over the place and friends with everyone. I think he dated half the girls in my year." She chuckled, but sobered quickly. "I liked him well enough, I suppose." "Was there anyone who might have wanted to harm him?" Ava asked. "Oh gosh, not that I know of. So it was, like, murder?" Ava thought the question was odd, seeing as she dropped her friends off at the police station to confess. Was it possible they hadn't told her why? That seemed improbable, but perhaps Ivy was assuming Jerome hadn't shared information with Ava. "So no enemies that you know of?" Ava avoided answering her question. "I guess there was this one guy, but—" Ivy looked around as if nervous. "You can't tell him I said anything." "Of course not. Your information is safe with me." Ivy met Ava's gaze and held it for a few moments before saying, "His name is Jeff Blanket. He's a football star, but so is Brandon. They kind of got in each other's way, you know. I've known Jeff a pretty long time. We were in high school together, and I know he's got a temper. I'm not saying he killed him," she rushed to explain. "But I've seen him get so angry, it's scary." Ava filed away all the information to share with Jerome, and of course she'd investigate herself. Anger did not a murderer make, and yet it was certainly enough of a motive to look into the young man. "Thank you for your help, Ivy." "Sure." She looked down, scuffing her toe against the ground for a moment before meeting Ava's gaze again with tears in her eyes. "I hope they catch whoever did this. It's so sad." "I know," Ava said, her heart softening for the young woman who was clearly hurting from the loss of her classmate. "They're doing everything they can. Thank you again for your time." Ivy nodded and walked away, leaving Ava to digest the information she'd shared. They needed to add this Jeff Blanken to the list of potential suspects. When she rejoined Elijah and Geraldine, Jake was still off talking with his classmates, but it seemed as if he was about to wrap up his chat. "What was that all about?" Geraldine asked.
I took a page from your book and asked her about her water bottle before jumping into some questions. I've learned a thing or two in my time. Elijah laughed. What did you find out? Ava shared what the young woman had said, and he pulled out a crumpled notebook, filling it with the names they'd uncovered just as Jake rejoined them. Hey, Jake said. I talked to a few people who said that we should check in with some other students. They're in the music hall right now. Have time to stop by? Ava looked to Geraldine and Elijah, who both nodded. I think we do. Good, Jake said, because one of my friends thinks that Brandon was involved in something that she termed shady, and she believes some other students are involved as well. Ava looked around at the small group and was certain they were all thinking the same thing. Was this the reason behind Brandon's death? Strains of beautiful music floated out to greet them as the group entered the music hall. On either side were small rooms that each held a piano. In some, there were instrumentalists with their wind or stringed instruments, and in others, like the one they'd stopped in front of, the occupant was practicing on the piano. Jake knocked twice on the small window, and soon the beautiful music stopped, and a young woman opened the door. Hey, Jake. She looked around before her gaze rested on him again. What's up? You play beautifully, Elijah said. The young woman blushed. Thanks. The rooms are supposed to be soundproof, but yeah, not so much. I'm glad we could hear it, Ava said with a smile. Chopin, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I'm working on Etude Opus 25 No. 1 in A-flat major. It's a beast, but so fun to play. The young girl looked back at Jake as if waiting for the explanation she still hadn't gotten. Sorry, Patrice. These are my friends and my, boss. He made a face and then shrugged. We were wondering if we could ask you a few questions, Ava said, stepping up. Questions about what? Patrice looked warily back at them. Miley told me you might know what's going on with Brandon and his friends, Jake said by way of explanation. Patrice looked back at them. Are you guys like police? Geraldine chuckled. No, honey, but we are investigators. Ava suppressed a grimace at the rather broad term Geraldine used. Then again, they were investigating, so it wasn't fully a lie. Oh, cool, Patrice said, seeming to relax. I mean, I don't know what all I can tell you, but I'm friends with Stephanie Taylor. Lipstick girl, Geraldine muttered as she made sure Elijah wrote it down in his book. Don't know what that means, but yeah, she's my roommate. We've been friends for a few years now, but she started acting strange about 6 months ago. Strange how? Ava asked. Like, not coming home before curfew, leaving at weird hours, looking super stressed, which is definitely not a Stephanie thing. She's so on top of her schooling and everything. Did you ask her about it? Ava asked. Yeah. At first she wouldn't say anything. She even went so far as to say that she couldn't tell me anything, which only gave me red flags, you know? Totally, Jake said. Anyway, she came home late one night and I finally confronted her. I mean, we've been good friends for so long. I told her it wasn't fair and that she was stressing me out. What did she say? Elijah said, fully engrossed by the young woman's story now. She said that she was in a type of competition to win a full-ride scholarship to her school of choice. Full ride? Jake asked. Yeah. I mean, at first I was excited for her. What a great opportunity. But the more I asked her about it, the more I got suspicious. In what ways? Ava asked. She wouldn't tell me any specifics. She said it was a private entity that was putting the competition on. Competition, Geraldine said. Yeah, that was the other thing. They had to do all this crazy stuff like pranks and stealing things. She's not that type of girl, and yet isn't from the wealthiest of families, so this was a huge opportunity for her. Do you know who else was in the competition with her? Elijah asked. Patrice thought for a second, then looked to Jake. Who's that guy in our economics class? He's tall with all that hair? Ava smiled, but Jake supplied her with the name. Zach. Him and a few other guys. Sorry, I don't know more. No, this is good. You've been very helpful, Patrice. We'll let you get back to your practicing, Ava said. Oh, Patrice said as they were walking away. I forgot. She did say that no one else could know about it, which I said was suspicious, but then she said it was how he wanted to run things. Who's he? Elijah asked. I have no idea. She wouldn't tell me when I asked, but it sounded like the scholarship was put on by someone who apparently had a lot of money and maybe some free time. Thanks, Patrice, Jake said. She went back into her practice room, and they turned to leave. So this is about a group of students forced to do crazy things for a scholarship, Elijah said. It sounds a little made up, Geraldine said. Not that I think she's lying, she added quickly at a look from Jake. It is pretty far-fetched, but perhaps it has something to do with why they've turned themselves in. Ava stopped at Elijah's van. I think I need to go talk to Jerome. This does seem like important information, Elijah agreed. I'm going to head to class, but I'll see you tomorrow morning, Ava, Jake said. Thanks for all your help, she said, waving goodbye to him. Geraldine turned to Ava. Do you think that it's worth it for us to go talk to that Jeff kid? Ava considered this. You know what? That sounds like a good idea. Why don't I call a cab and you two go to the sports center? If he's as big of a football star as Ivy was saying, then I think it's likely the coach will know where he is. Good thinking. I know my way around a gym. Both women looked at Elijah with surprise. Hey, I might be an artist, but I was a really good basketball player for many years. He grinned, and Ava said her goodbyes as she connected to her favorite cab company. Elijah and Geraldine left, but soon the cab arrived. Almost the moment she got inside, she received a phone call from a number she didn't recognize. Hello? She said. This Ava. Yes? Ava said, not recognizing the voice on the other end of the line. It's Charlie from Cutlass Investigations. Oh, hello. Hi, sorry to bother you, but I'm up in New York here working on, well, you know what I'm doing up here. Got some questions, though, and Serena said you were coming into the office today. That's still true? It is, she said, checking the time. Think you could come in a few minutes early? Ava again looked at her watch. If she did, there was no way she could make it to talk with Jerome. She'd have to tell him that he needed to meet her after work. It was the only way to convey the news to him. Yes, I can do that. Great, thank you. Serena will have all the info I need. Bye. The call ended just as abruptly as it had begun. Ava quickly swapped the police station address for the office before leaning back and thinking on her call with the infamous Charlie. There wasn't much to tell from their short interaction. She seemed nice, had no obvious accent, and was direct and to the point. Then again, she was on assignment, and that might have something to do with the brief nature of their call. Ava just hoped she had all the answers that the woman needed to complete her investigation in New York. If not, she'd have to call Sarah, despite the fact it was her day off. Of course, Ava knew that Sarah would do whatever it took to find out the truth about Sal's death. She just hoped that it wouldn't be too much for the young woman to handle when the truth did come out, whatever it was. With the information Ava had learned about Sal since getting to know Sarah, she saw that she'd only known a small portion of who the man had been. She'd been young, but he'd also done a good job of hiding a large part of his life from her. Now only time, and perhaps this new investigator, Charlie, would help them get to the bottom of it all. Chapter 10. The office was quiet except for the receptionist, Serena, who smiled as Ava came in. Charlie got a hold of you, I see. She did, Ava said, smiling back at the young woman. What do I need to do? Over here, Serena said, pointing to an empty computer station. There's a questionnaire that she usually has clients fill out, but since you're the closest thing to a client we have, I think you're supposed to do it. I'll get right to it, Ava said, and she did. There were questions ranging from what Ava had known about Sal when she was a child to what she'd heard about him from others. Part of her felt a little odd mentioning the things that Sarah had shared with her, but again she figured that Sarah would want the truth to come out no matter what. Some of the questions were nearly impossible for Ava. Either she couldn't remember the answers or they were concerning things she knew nothing about. Hopefully, with the information she'd given, Charlie could make some additional progress. At the end of the questionnaire, she noticed a comment section, and promising herself she was going to reach out to Sarah the moment she was done, she put down the young woman's cell number and left a note saying that Sarah may have more information. Done, Ava said, leaning back. You can press send at the top there, Serena said. Thanks for getting to it so quickly. Time is of the essence. Then again, when isn't it in our line of work? Ava had to agree time was a commodity they couldn't gain more of, but at the same time she also felt a deep warmth seep through her at the woman's words. Our line of work. Yes, this was exactly the line of work she wanted to be in. Perhaps she appreciated that more now after having lost sight of that at one point. It was funny, knowing that she loved and enjoyed her job at the bed and breakfast, but for a while now she'd considered stepping into something else. Whether it was adding a second B&B on the other side of town, there was one for sale that she'd had her eye on, or maybe something more drastic. Something like becoming a private investigator. Then Jerome had come along, and look where he'd all but pushed her.
to follow her dreams. Jerome. She needed to share the news she'd learned with him, but something held her back from calling. There was still her time at the agency to make it through before she would be free, and she needed to do some additional digging on the new characters they had uncovered at the college. Sending off a quick text to Elijah for images of the notes he'd taken, Ava moved to the desk she'd been using and got to work. She had various tasks from cases the agency was already working on, things that she'd promised to get done first, so as she waited for Elijah, she did those things. When his images finally came through on her phone, she was about ready to dig into the Brandon case, and their timing had been perfect. Ava began to organize the notes into a spreadsheet, adding possible motives, connections, and various information. Then she started to dig using the systems they had access to as a private investigative business. It was nothing too invasive, but she was able to look into many different aspects of the teens they had names for, in addition to some of their social connections. She used Jake's method of searching through hashtags and added a few additional names to the list. They were mostly people who could be involved or who were just acquaintances, but it was difficult to tell by the images. She would take the lists she was generating and see what Jake could find out, as well as anything she'd missed. It felt productive, and yet as the clock ticked to 5, she was no closer to finding out who had the motive to kill Brandon than she had been at the start of her workday. When her time was up, she said goodbye to Serena and stepped outside to call Jerome. It rang 3 times before he picked up. "Ava, what's up?" "I have some new information I'd like to give you." "Dinner?" She smiled. It wouldn't have been too long ago that he would have merely demanded the information and said goodbye. Not that he'd ever been exactly harsh with her, but she and the MMBC had proven themselves to him with the last few cases, and it made her happy. "Yes. Where?" He rattled off a restaurant near the police station, and she said she'd meet him there in 20 minutes. When they hung up, she pulled up the MMBC group chat and scheduled an emergency meeting. They all knew it wasn't going to be about books, and yet each one responded within a few minutes, saying a hearty yes to meeting at a local diner the next evening for dinner and investigation. Then Ava hailed a cab and set off for the restaurant Jerome had mentioned. She looked back through the notes Elijah had made, making some of her own on the notepad she'd taken from the agency office, as well as the print-offs she'd found. It was likely Jerome had a lot of this information already, but on the chance he didn't, or the fact that they were meeting to talk through the case the very next day, she was happy to have hard copies of the things they were looking through. The cab pulled up to the curb, and she smiled to see Jerome already there, waiting for her at the front of the restaurant right where he'd said he would be. Her heart did a little flip as he approached her, and then she felt the warmth sneak up her neck as he kissed her lightly on the cheek. "I've missed you," he said, standing back to look at her. He was kind, but she was a mess, still in the same clothes she'd worn that morning for her brief time behind the front desk. She checked out a few early morning guests, walked around the college campus, and then worked at the agency after that. Regardless, there was nothing in Jerome's gaze that gave any hint he thought she looked worse for wear. "You sure you have time for dinner?" she teased. He grinned and leaned in. "Let's find out." They ate and talked, mostly keeping away from the case, as Ava sensed that Jerome needed a break from work. It was wonderful to feel somewhat normal, though as someone working toward getting relicensed as a private investigator and someone who was already a detective, they could hardly call themselves normal. "I've missed you these last few days," he said, sharing a bite of his dessert with her. The creamy chocolate and cool coconut ice cream melted in her mouth, and she offered a happy smile. "I was thinking the same thing, Mr. Makos." "Mister, that's new. I thought I'd test it out when we're not talking about things like, murder." He grinned and took the last bite of the dessert. "I suppose that's fair, Miss Stewart. No, see, it doesn't have the same effect. I suppose eventually you could call me Ava Stewart, P.I.? She made a face and he chuckled. "I like it. And you will too when the time is right." "I think you're right." "Speaking of," he began. "And the curiosity began at..." She checked her watch. 1:15. "Not fair," he said, shaking his head. "I didn't know this was a test." "It's not," she said, laughing. "I was just wondering how long it would truly take before you couldn't help yourself." "I've enjoyed our time," he said, leaning across and taking her hands in his. "But you can't fault me for being curious." "Not at all," she said, nodding in agreement. "I think I'd be concerned if you weren't." "Should we take a walk?" She nodded, and he left a few bills on the table to cover the dinner and a tip, then walked with her out into the early evening. The air was warm, but not overly so, and the scent of the ocean and verdant greenery permeated her senses. "This is nice," she said, as they walked along a boardwalk near the sand. The ocean was next to them, the unending waves creating a symphony of sound that was at once soothing and ever-present. "It is," he agreed, reaching for her hand. With a quick look to check that it was all right, he squeezed her fingers gently one time. "Ava, I did miss you." He tugged her to a stop, and she sensed it would only last a moment, but she took that opportunity to turn toward him and meet his gaze. "I know I already said it," he continued, "but I need you to know I was serious." "I've missed you too. Honestly, I was a little surprised by how much." He raised his eyebrows. "Not like that," she said with a chuckle. I like you, Jerome. Quite a bit. I like you too, Ava. Quite a bit as well." They stood there, the waves the only sound as everything else faded to the background. It was just Ava and Jerome, two people who were falling in love. Was it possible that's what this was? Then he leaned in and ever so gently pressed his lips to hers. It was a chaste kiss, sweet, really, but Ava treasured it as she would a chest of gold. Then as one, they turned and kept walking. "We've added suspects to the list," she began. She filled him in on everything they had learned at the college that day, and he listened patiently. She knew he would have to follow up on everything they'd found, but at least she could point him in the right direction. When she was done, he asked, "So, assuming they were all involved, then the young men and women who have turned themselves in are all part of this scholarship, what do we call it, scheme?" The young woman we talked to made it sound as if it was something her roommate believed to be true, but that there was some unconventional means in order to earn the money. "I don't think someone smart like Stephanie apparently is would actually let themselves go through illegal stunts if the money wasn't guaranteed." "Kids do strange things all the time," Jerome countered. "You're beginning to sound like a grandfather." He made a mock gasp. "How dare you?" "I'm just saying that even though they are young, it doesn't mean they're stupid." She stopped and shook her head before he tugged her along. "What I mean is, while they did stupid things for this scholarship, there had to be some assurances." "Good point." Jerome turned to look at her. "What I want to do is get back in there and ask them if this is all part of that stunt. Was the murder part of it? Confessing part of it as well?" "That does seem extreme," Ava admitted. "It does, but people will do strange things for money." "But for college?" Ava wasn't sold on the idea. "It bears further investigation." "What about this other fellow? Jeff something?" "Blanken. Yes, he seems like a possible suspect. Has he come up in your investigation?" "No, actually." Jerome looked concerned by this. "When we questioned the students today, they stuck to a pretty generic story. They each added alcohol to Brandon's drink and feel responsible for killing him." "Wait, what?" "I know, I was as surprised as you. I guess it turns out they were having dinner at one of their houses, and apparently each of them independently decided to spike Brandon's drink." He rolled his eyes, as if he believed it as much as Ava did, which was to say, not at all. "He was known to have an alcohol intolerance, and each person feels responsible since they each added alcohol to his drink." "Is that his cause of death?" Ava asked. "Vicky doesn't know yet." "Still." "The tests sometimes take up to 2 to 3 weeks, you know that." Ava nodded. "True. I suppose I just thought it would go faster. It's all those crime shows you watch." She smiled. "It is odd that they all came to the same conclusion of admitting that it was their fault." "It is. As is the fact that they can't figure out who did the spiking first. They claim each time one of them added the alcohol, no one else was around and no one saw them do it." "Did they say where they were?" "Trent's house. That's Trent Sims. He's one of the students." "Have you corroborated that story with Trent's parents?" "Funny you should say that," Jerome said with a devilish smile. "I was going to stop by this evening." "Might I tag along?" His smile grew. "I thought you'd never ask." Trent's house was large and somewhat lavish. There were 3 cars in the driveway of the 3-story Victorian that had been redone from what looked like top to bottom. "Nice place," Ava said.
Odd that a kid who lives like this would compete in a contest for a scholarship, Jerome commented. I was thinking the same thing, Ava agreed. They walked up the elegant walkway to the steps leading up to the porch, and Jerome rang the bell. A woman in what Ava considered a maid's uniform opened the door and eyed them. Yes? I'm Detective Makos here to speak with Trevor and Fiona Sims. I see. One moment. The woman gave them no time to agree and closed the door on them as she went back into the house. Warm welcome, Ava said. Jerome shrugged. I'm used to this type of treatment in New York. Less so here. A few moments later, an elegant woman with perfectly done brown hair opened the door. I'm sorry, Martina didn't understand the importance of you stopping by. She is very protective. Please come in. Ava stepped in when Jerome motioned her ahead, and they followed the woman, who Ava guessed to be Mrs. Sims, to an elegant sitting room. Do either of you care for refreshments? No, thank you, Jerome said, and Ava shook her head. I'm Fiona, and I'm afraid my husband is out of town on a business trip. What can I do to help you? I haven't seen you at the station, Jerome observed. Fiona stiffened somewhat. I've sent our lawyer down to help with Trent's legal issues. Ava shared a look with Jerome before he said, I see. And you have no interest in what is going on? He's told me what he can, but I'm afraid he's on his last good leg with us. Troubles at school with him? Ava said. Who are you again? This is my associate, Miss Stewart, and she has a good question. Fiona held Ava's gaze for a moment longer, then turned to Jerome. I suppose you could say that. He's been getting in trouble this year, and we haven't been sure what to do with him. It all started when we refused to pay his tuition if he was going to squander it on a liberal arts degree. I see, Jerome said. You were willing to pay if he, became a doctor? Fiona smirked. Lawyer, actually. He has the aptitude for it, but he wanted to go into marketing or something, and it just wasn't prudent. So he needed financial help, Ava observed. It sounds crass to say it like that, but if he wasn't going to abide by our rules, then our money wasn't going to pay for whatever whim he was chasing. Ava thought that was motive enough for him to want a full ride, therefore answering the question of why he would be involved in a scheme for scholarship money. Mrs. Sims, did Trent and a group of his friends have dinner here on the night Brandon died? I wouldn't know. She looked offended by his question. Why not? It's your house. I was out of town until 2 days ago. I don't keep tabs on my son. He comes and goes as he pleases. Ava thought the woman was oddly hands-on as well as loose with her son. On one hand, she dictated what he could study in school, and yet left him to his own devices at home. But who was she to comment on a parent's decisions? Would anyone know? We gave the housekeeper the week off, though I knew it would be a mess when I came home, Fiona said. Was it? Ava asked. Was it what? Fiona repeated. A mess. Actually, she frowned in thought. It wasn't, now that you mention it. I see. Jerome stood, officially ending their conversation. Thank you for your time. I may need to come back should more questions arise. Whatever you think is best, Fiona said, sounding as if she couldn't care one way or another what he did. Jerome sent one look to her and they left the house, but Ava had the feeling both she and Jerome got the same sense. There was something Fiona Sims wasn't saying. Chapter 11. Ava bustled about the kitchen preparing a drink tray, lemonade as an addition now that the weather was getting warmer again. As she worked, she was thinking about all of the elements of the case so far. Trent's mother seemed not to care what trouble Trent got into, and yet she also seemed to be holding back. Stephanie had given her lip gloss to a friend. Was that to get rid of it? And all of the teens who had turned themselves in at the police station were known to be part of a strange contest to win a full-ride scholarship to the college of their choice. And then there was the other young man, Jeff Blanken. He could be in the running to be the top suspect if, in fact, the teens had confessed as some morbid part of the scholarship contest. What was the truth? Ava wasn't certain. That's why she was looking forward to the discussion that night with the Murder Mystery Book Club. It always helped her to talk things out, but also to have such sharp minds as her friends working through all of the details with her. If nothing else, she could count on them to ask important questions and point out any inconsistencies. You about ready? Sarah said, coming into the kitchen with an empty tray. Yes, will you take that last plate of bar cookies? Sure. Sarah placed it on the tray with the cream and sugar, but paused, waiting for Ava to meet her gaze. Have you heard anything? Ava had told Sarah about the questions Charlie had asked her and how she'd placed her as another reference for information. As far as Ava knew, Sarah hadn't yet been contacted. Nothing yet, I'm afraid, but I promise to let you know the moment I do. I'm just anxious, I suppose? Sarah shrugged. I know. Maybe you should spend more time with Anton, Ava said, pointing to the cookies on the tray. He's baking more than usual. Sarah chuckled. He has been keeping himself busy baking. I think it's because I've needed some space. Ava grew concerned. Are you two still having problems? While she didn't like to pry, Ava felt somewhat responsible not only for Sarah but Anton as well. She'd known him ever since she'd moved to Key West, and he was the best chef she knew, not to mention a friend. But in addition to that, she cared for Sarah. Things had seemed to be better after they'd parted ways the night by the pool, but to hear that things still weren't resolved made Ava wonder. I wouldn't put it like that. I'm just uncertain. About what? Ava said, putting the drink tray down to give the young woman her full attention. I'm just a ball of energy, you know that. I like to keep moving. In fact, I've been here longer than I have almost anywhere else in my life for the last 7 years or so. And you're feeling antsy? I guess you could say that. There's nothing wrong with wanting change, but I think if it comes at the expense of ending something good, you really need to ask yourself if it's worth it. Do you want to give up something good on the whim that something better might be out there? Sarah held Ava's gaze as she thought, but then she looked down at Anton's lemon bars. I haven't thought of it like that. There's always time for risk. I think you've lived a life that proves that. But there's something to be said for staying power as well. Ava placed a hand over the young woman's. Don't let fear be the thing that pulls you away. I'm not afraid of staying, Sarah replied quickly. That's not what I think you're afraid of. Sarah frowned. Then what? Ava gave a pointed look at the lemon bars and then picked up the drink tray again. With a kind smile, she left Sarah in the kitchen. Hopefully she'd think about the possibility that she was more afraid of what it might mean to stay for Anton, instead of picking the easy option of leaving for a new adventure that had no guarantee of success or happiness. The porch was already filling with members of the book club, and Ava greeted them as she put down the drinks, pausing to make sure they had everything they needed before she sat. You've been busy, Geraldine said in her seat next to Vicky, who was busy chatting with Elijah. What do you mean? I mean out at the college with us, then you left to see Jerome, but I heard you went back to that office you're working at. Ava frowned. How did you know? Serena. She's a friend of mine. She is, Ava chuckled. What a small world. It is, dear, she said, patting Ava's hand. But don't think we were gossiping about you. You just happened to come up in conversation at our coffee date is all. Ava wondered how she'd been brought into the conversation, but just then Jake arrived, completing their little group as Sarah followed with the lemon bars. Her questions would have to wait until later. I think that's everyone. Shall we get started? Enthusiastic nods surrounded her, and she jumped into a recap similar to what she'd done for herself in the kitchen minutes before. When she was done, Pete spoke up. Have you talked with Jerome since he brought up the scholarship competition to the students? I haven't heard from him about that yet, she said, a little disappointed. I'd hoped he might show tonight, but I haven't heard from him all day. He's been so busy, Vicky said with a slight shrug. Every time I see him, he looks like he's gotten more exhausted. Ava felt that description to the core and reminded herself to take him a little care package for his desk. I think we can fill in part of the picture, Jake said, looking at Elijah before meeting Ava's gaze again. Please, she said, sitting down so Jake could take the proverbial stage. We, Jake said as he looked at Geraldine and Elijah, were looking for one of the suspects, namely Jeff Blanken. The football guy? Kay said. She held a little puppy of indeterminate breed in her lap and was absent-mindedly stroking it. Yeah, him, Jake said. We first talked with his coach. Nice guy, Elijah said, taking over for a moment. He was pretty open with us when he said that Jeff had been reprimanded several times for his anger issues. He's in appointed therapy according to one of the teammates, Jake added. Yeah, I saw guys like that on the basketball team back in my sports days, Elijah said. They really need to get a hold on that anger or it can lead to some bad stuff. Coach said that we'd find him in the locker rooms, which is where Geraldine bid us farewell. Geraldine tossed a hand. I would have gone in, she said, but Elijah seemed rather adamant that I couldn't. Her statement was met with chuckles around the circle. He was getting ready to head to class, Jake continued. He did stop to talk to us for a couple minutes, though. He admitted to knowing Brandon Kent, but when we asked about the scholarship competition, he had no clue what we were talking about. I mean, I know that he could have faked it. Jake looked at Elijah. But we didn't think so. No, I mean, he made no secret of the fact that he and Brandon had been in somewhat of a fight a week before. But he said it had been over something stupid and that it was resolved, so according to him, he had no problem with Brandon. And you believed him? Willard asked. Yes and no, Jake said. I mean, I did at first, but then I went internet stalking. He made a face. What's that? Willard asked. I looked into his online profile and found that he was tagged in a video of the fight. It was pretty brutal, and I've got to tell you, it didn't look like something you just got over in a week. Could you find out what it was about? Sarah asked. She seemed to have recovered from her introspection in the kitchen and was now fully involved in their discussion. Not exactly, but it sounded like it might have been about a girl, Jake said. Interesting, Ava said. Did you get a chance to ask about his alibi? Elijah asked. He grinned. I've read enough Christie to know that's one of the most important things. We tried to ask in a roundabout way, but he caught on to us, and that temper started to flare. We just left. So we don't know where he was, Pete surmised. Not really, Jake said. I did find a photo of him with Stephanie Taylor on the day of Brandon's murder. Geraldine confirmed the lipstick color on her that day as well. It's kind of interesting because we wouldn't have found that had we not looked into Jeff. What we really need to know is about the other teens, Geraldine said. They play into this, but how? I mean, you'd think they'd be the ones we were most interested in, considering that they confessed. And that's where I come in, a voice said from the door. All eyes turned to see Jerome. He was wearing a rumpled suit coat and dress pants, looking like he'd slept in them. Perhaps he had. You came, she said. Without a second thought, she went to him and he put his arm around her. Heat filled her cheeks at the intimate gesture, but her friends merely looked on with bright smiles. She thought she heard Willard mutter, It's about time. You've come to bring us information? Sarah said, looking incredulous. I came to see Ava, he admitted, making her blush even more. But I was eavesdropping a little. I think I can help with some of this, though you didn't hear from me. Everyone smiled and assured him they wouldn't say anything. He sat down on the love seat next to Ava and jumped into his interview with the teens. After I got the information from Ava about the possible scholarship ring, we decided to do something a little unorthodox when we interviewed him. We put all of them in the same interview room. Pitting them against one another, Willard said with a nod, like they do in the movies. Jerome chuckled but pressed on. We wanted to see how they would all react, but when you get that many students plus their legal counsels in one room, things are bound to be chaotic. Kay leaned forward. What happened? We did the typical interview stuff at first, then I broached the subject of the scholarship competition. That's when I noticed the behavioral changes. They started to clam up. It was especially odd because they'd been so open before about admitting they'd accidentally harmed Brandon. They didn't admit to it at all? Geraldine said. No. But then I remembered the conversation I'd had with Ava. When we'd talked about the fact that, as part of this odd competition, they'd been forced to do some very strange things. Illegal things, right? Elijah said. Yes. I started to read off all the things they'd been caught doing. It's a long list that separately doesn't seem like a big deal. Young adults acting out, right? But when you look at the amount of time and how it lines up with each one of them doing the same things, you start to get suspicious. Jerome paused to take a sip of lemonade and then continued. I finally posited the idea that they admitted to killing Brandon as the last and final act of winning that scholarship. That's insane, Vicky said. What could I do with a scholarship in prison? She asked. That's the kicker, Jerome said, and that's the leverage I used. I explained to them that perhaps whoever was behind the scholarship had, mistakenly, told them that if they admitted to accidentally killing Brandon, they would get a lesser sentence. Jerome leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, and he clasped his hands together. That's when I saw the first crack in their facade. The young woman, Stephanie, looked scared for the first time. You told them it wasn't true, didn't you? Ava said. Exactly. I explained to them that should they be found to be part of this supposed contest, it would prove their motive was not accidental harm, there was intent. That has a much different sentence than what they were thinking. With a charge of involuntary manslaughter, they might only face a year or so of time in jail, but that would not be the case for a murder charge. I bet they started a sweat at that one, Willard said. Indeed. While we still have more questioning to do, they have admitted that they were given letters, apparently by the person who's holding the contest. They were specifically told to admit that they'd accidentally poisoned Brandon with alcohol. The letter held information regarding what they would be charged with and how, once they were out of jail, they would get a cash prize instead of a scholarship. They were willing to be paid to admit to murder? Jake sounded incredulous. I know, it sounds crazy, Jerome admitted. But they were promised $1 million in reparations money. Sounds like a bribe, Ava said, which is exactly what I thought. Jerome said. In what way? Geraldine asked. It sounds like the real killer took advantage of the teens in order to take focus away from himself, Ava said. Or herself, Geraldine added. Jerome nodded, which makes it even more important that we uncover who's behind this competition and why they had reason to kill Brandon. Jerome sighed, placing his hands on his knees. Okay, I've got to get some rest, but I'll leave you with this. We still don't know who's behind the scholarship ring. How is that possible? Jake asked. The communication to the students was done via typewriter, and the notes were left in their school mailboxes. They were all destroyed after the task was completed, per instructions, and none of the teens know who's behind it. They were all invited with a letter, written in the same way. They met at a creepy house, as they put it, and were given their instructions by a person wearing a cape and using a voice changer. So dramatic, Elijah said. Very, Jerome agreed, and yet effective. So we have to find out who's behind this, Sarah said. Ava nodded slowly, because odds are that person is the killer. Chapter 12. Ava spent most of the next day on bed and breakfast work that she'd put off while thinking and working on the case, and of course she'd been busy at Cutlass Investigations. While she was happy to be furthering her dreams, sometimes, on days like today when the paperwork piled up, it was hard to see if it had been the right choice. She knew that was just her tiredness talking, along with the responsibilities she still held, but those things were changeable, as Jerome liked to remind her. Her thoughts trailed to the handsome detective and the information he'd brought the murder mystery book club the night before. It was hard to believe that the college students had simply taken the mystery person at their word, saying that they would impart a college scholarship to a deserving student. Then again, Jerome had later told her via text that the students had been given a sum of money to spend, likely to ensure that they were committed to the competition. Money talked, and apparently it was saying that these teens were easily bought. She felt bad for them, but they had made their choices and needed to live through the consequences, despite how difficult that may end up being. Ava finished her computer work and was about to do some dusting when a guest came out of the downstairs hallway. The woman was a new guest at the Keys, and as she stopped to chat, Ava found herself relaxing. This was the fun part of her job, at least to her, and she enjoyed getting to know the woman who had come all the way from Oregon. When the woman left to take a taxi to the beach for some relaxation, Ava stepped out from behind the desk, raising her arms above her head in a deep stretch. After letting out a breath, the sound of the door opening behind her made her jump. When she turned around, she was just as surprised to see Maxine there. "Maxine, what are you doing here?" she said, making sure to cushion her words with a smile. "I feel as if I'll lose my mind if I stay around the police station any longer, so I decided to take a walk and, well, I wound up here." "You walked?" Ava was surprised, since the station was at least a few miles away. "Yes, I'm used to being on my feet all day, either in the kitchen or walking the restaurant. Honestly, I think my body is having a hard time adjusting to the quiet life." "You're still closed, then?" she asked tentatively. Ava understood why, but at the same time no one would fault the woman for reopening to give her employees their jobs and herself income. "I am. I don't know what to do." Ava saw desperation eating at the woman and quickly ushered her toward a sitting area. "Here, sit, and I'll make us some tea. Iced or hot?" "Iced," she said. Ava rushed to the kitchen and returned with the tea, along with a few treats from Anton's baking, and they enjoyed a few bites before Ava broached the subject. "Is this about Michael or the restaurant?" "Yes?" Maxine gave a half-hearted laugh. "As I think you know, Michael confessed to being part of that dastardly competition." She shook her head.
I'm so ashamed he felt the need to seek financial help in such a way. I'm sure he was lured there just like the other students. Yes, he was. But he did admit to me in private yesterday that he left the group a week before.
Really?
Yes, not that it will matter. He still looks guilty, even if he came to his senses and wanted to do the right thing.
Was he going to expose the competition?
I don't know. I'd like to think so, but he'd had a week and hadn't done that.
Ava nodded. That was true, and yet perhaps he was working up the courage. She wanted to think the best of him, but it was hard without really knowing the young man.
As for the restaurant, Maxine said, that man, Kurt Billings, has been hounding me for a decision for his patron, or whatever. He's left a few voicemails every single day, and I just don't know. Part of me thinks I should just take the money and be grateful. If Michael is... She swallowed hard. Well, if he's convicted of a crime, I'll need everything I can to pay for the lawyers. But if not... Ava, what should I do?
Ava blinked. It was a difficult decision, but part of her had a gut feeling that Mr. Billings was nothing more than an opportunist. Still, it was hard to know without his client being named. Why don't I have Jake look into Mr. Billings, see who he's working for if he can find out that information? I know you're interested in helping Michael above all else, as you should, but remember your restaurant employs a lot of people. If you sell, there's no guarantee that they'll be kept on.
That's a good point, she said, looking even less happy than she was a moment earlier.
Did Mr. Billings say how he found out about the restaurant anyway?
He didn't, she admitted.
He just showed up when you were there. Ava nodded, her mind circling back to a few things that didn't quite add up. The fact that Kurt Billings hadn't seemed fully honest with Maxine when they'd first met. It was merely an observation, but it was odd he wasn't willing to divulge who his client was. And there was another thing that bothered Ava, the fact that the man's briefcase looked barely worn in, and his suit, while expensive, fit so poorly. It all added up to... something. But what that was, she couldn't say. Yet.
I should probably go, Maxine said.
Let me get you a cab.
No, I'd like to walk.
All the way back?
Yes.
She held up a hand when Ava went to protest.
I know you just want to care for me, but this is good. The walking, it makes me feel alive and not so hopeless.
She said the last words softly, but Ava caught the weight of their meaning. She ached for her friend, and yet without the full picture, it was difficult to know what was truly going on. Please call me if you need anything at all, all right?
I will, I promise.
The women hugged, and Ava watched as Maxine walked down the pathway to the sidewalk, letting herself out of the gate before disappearing from sight. Of course, Maxine could call a cab at any time, and Ava comforted herself with that knowledge, but it was still hard seeing her so defeated. After making a note asking Jake to look into Mr. Billings, Ava rushed back to her cottage to change. An idea had occurred to her that she had to check into before it was too late. Ava arrived back on campus in the midst of what she assumed was a class change. There were students everywhere, some milling about, others talking in groups, and others still studying at the various tables scattered around. She felt a little like she was back on her own college campus, but the crick in her neck from bookkeeping that morning reminded her that wasn't exactly true. She had 2 objectives at the college today, though she wasn't sure which was going to prove to be more difficult. Deciding that it was best to choose the option that was most easily accomplished, she asked a passing student where she might find the football coach, and they directed her toward the gym across campus. Taking her time as she walked along the shaded walkways, palm trees swaying in the breeze, Ava planned her next conversation. She had considered bringing Elijah or Jake with her, but she knew Jake had a class in the next few minutes, and Elijah was working at his gallery that morning. Hopefully, being a woman, her encounter with Jeff Blanken might go better than it had with the 2 young men. Maybe. The sweat-scented gym filled with wrestling mats was a surprising sight when she walked in. She'd expected it to be empty for some strange reason, and it was a little disarming to see all manner of young men engaged in wrestling matches. Getting directions to the coach's office, she walked along the side of the large gym and entered the front of the locker room. She wasn't ready to go all the way into the room, like Geraldine had been, but she did hope the coach could facilitate a conversation between her and Jeff. "Excuse me," she said, popping her head into the window-lined room where a man sat at a desk working on a computer. "Hi," he said, standing. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking to talk to Jeff Blanken. Do you happen to know where he is?" The man, who looked to be in his early 40s, frowned at Ava. "No, sorry. We don't have practice until later this afternoon. Can I help you with something? You his sister?" He said it with a wink and laughed at his own joke. She chuckled, but he sobered quickly. "Sorry, I think I spent too much time around college students. My name is Rob, and I'm the football coach." He approached her with his hand out. She shook it. "Nice to meet you, I'm Ava." "Can I ask what your interest in Jeff is? Scouting him, maybe?" "Oh no, I'm afraid it's nothing like that." She debated how much to tell him, and then decided honesty was always the best policy. "I'm actually looking into Brandon Kent's murder." "You police?" he said, looking impressed. "Not exactly. You can call it a private interest," she smiled. "Perhaps you could help me." "I see. Well, I don't know how much I can tell you, really." "I'm mostly interested in Jeff's whereabouts the night of Brandon's murder." She told him the date and the approximate time, then he held up a finger. "Hold on there. Let me check my calendar." She watched as he walked over to a large notebook and flipped a page back. "Okay, that's what I thought." He tapped it once and looked up. "He was working with me and a few other students. I do extra training sessions for some promising students. I thought the day sounded familiar. Guess that's a good thing for him, but not so much for you." "No, that's actually perfect. I'd rather clear someone with a solid alibi than be left guessing." "Wow, so you really are an investigator. I mean, you're tossing around words like alibi." She smiled and shrugged. "I guess I am. Thanks for the info, Coach." He grinned, and she left the office, making her way back out into the warm Florida sunshine. It was a bust where Jeff was concerned, but didn't that just mean they were narrowing the suspect pool? Was it possible she was looking for trouble where there was none? Regardless, she had a gut feeling that the students, while possibly believing they had actually aided in Brandon's death, were only pawns in a greater scheme. But whose scheme? Her next destination was more difficult to find now that a great majority of students were in their classes, but once she found a helpful student to point her in the right direction, she set off toward the dining hall she'd seen the last time she was on campus. Walking in, it was clear the lunch crowd was winding down. It was nearing afternoon, and only a few students occupied tables. As she did a slow scan of the seating area, she caught sight of the sign she'd been looking for. Mailroom. Making her way across the shiny linoleum floor toward the door, she held her breath at the sign on the window only to find that it was an announcement, not a note saying they were closed. The glass-fronted area was left unattended, and when she bent down, she could see a woman in the back stuffing notes into a wall of boxes. She looked around and noticed the bell. Once she tapped it, the young woman turned and made her way toward Ava. "Hello, how can I help you? Mail to send?" "Not exactly." Here she was again, doing something that Jerome should be doing. But she was here, wasn't she? "I have a bit of an odd request, though I don't know if you'll be the young woman to help me with it." "Well, I'm just about the only one who works here, so if it's not me, then it's Mabel, and she's been out for a week with a cold." "Then you might be just the one to help. My name is Ava, and I'm a private investigator." She sent up a silent request for absolution at the white lie and pressed on as the young woman's eyes grew wide. "I'm looking into the death of a student here in—" "Brandon?" Ava nodded. "I'm afraid so." "Gosh, it's awful," she said. "My name is Penny, and I'll help you however I can. Brandon was super nice to me. I mean, sure, he was a total jock, but he wasn't a jerk, you know? I really want them to catch whoever killed him." Ava felt like her luck was turning. "Well, this request is going to seem odd, like I said, but maybe you'll remember. There have been notes delivered to certain boxes. It probably looked like the names or box numbers were typed with a typewriter, and there would have been several of them spanning months." Penny's eyes narrowed. "That does kind of sound familiar, but I'm really visual. Do you know the boxes they'd have been delivered to?" "Unfortunately, I don't," Ava said. "If I give you their names, is there a way to find out?" "Yeah, I think that could work. What you got?" Ava liked this young woman and her take-charge attitude. Ava listed off the names of the students involved, but when she got to the young man, Zach, she didn't know his last name. "You mean Zach Larson?" "I honestly don't know," Ava admitted. "I've seen him around with the others you've mentioned. I think it must be him." Ava made a mental note of the young man's last name, and Penny began to type into a computer. After a few minutes, and watching the young woman nibbling on her lower lip, Ava had a feeling she knew the outcome of her adventure. "I'm sorry," Penny said. "No luck?" "Well, not exactly. I think I can get you the information you want, but it'll take a little while." Ava tilted her head to the side. Oh? Yeah, so sometimes if someone comes in and the system is down, it happens more than you'd imagine. They get a paper receipt which is filed elsewhere. I think that's what happened here. Each time the mailer was here, the system was down then. Penny blinked. You know, I didn't even think of it that way, but yes. I mean, it looks like it. That's odd, Ava said, more to herself than the young woman. It is. Oh my gosh, she said, her eyes growing wide. This is like big. Ava smiled, trying to temper the young woman's expectations. Now slow down, there could be an explanation for it. Either way, if I leave you my number, would you call me when you find the name of the sender? Totally. Just write it here. She slid a piece of paper across the counter to Ava, and she wrote down her name and number. Thank you for your help, Penny. Anything to help find who hurt Brandon. She shook her head, wrapping her arms around herself as if chilled. It's freaky. It is unsettling, to be sure. Please don't spread this information around, if you know what I mean. Oh, I definitely won't, the young woman promised. And for some reason, Ava believed the girl would keep quiet. Thank you, Ava said as she turned to leave. While she didn't have the answers she'd been looking for, she was closer to them than she'd been before she came to the school. Chapter 13. Ava made it back to the bed and breakfast in time to talk with Jake, who was just starting his shift. He'd seen her note and had immediately jumped into investigation mode, which she appreciated. She hoped that he would find a job in law enforcement or something similar, perhaps security, because he would do an excellent job. Maybe she could even put in a good word for him at Cutlass if he wanted to enter into that field. Is this the guy? Jake said, pointing to the computer screen. Ava came around the desk and bent down to see an image of none other than Kurt Billings. That's him, she said, standing up with a smile. What did you find? He's not who you think he is. Ava met Jake's gaze. Why would you say that? Well, I found this. He clicked and brought up another screen. It's from the business card you had me look into. Ava looked at the website. It looked like Mr. Billings was a client to the stars or something similar and had spent many successful years working for the world's elite. What's wrong with it? Nothing exactly, but before you got here I put in a few calls to his office. Currently, Mr. Billings isn't acquiring for anyone. He has no clients. None. His secretary might have thought I was a wealthy potential client, Jake explained. She said he was shifting his focus from working for others to working for himself instead. He's wanting to buy the restaurant himself. Yes. Or it would seem that's the case. Then why would he lie? I don't know, but he's definitely not telling the whole truth. Ava considered this. It wasn't unheard of for someone to hide the fact that they were interested in something, perhaps for the sake of their anonymity, but why lie to Maxine? Was it possible he had something to do with Brandon's death? It seemed unlikely, but she would make sure Jerome knew of the man so he could do a proper background check. Thanks, Jake. This is very helpful. Sure, he said with a grin. Happy to help. Any other sleuthing you need? Not at the moment. Got it. I'll work on the website thing. Ava nodded. Jake had been working on a new reservation system for the brunches that Anton hosted. Perfect. Should be ready in a week. That sounds great, thank you. Ava spun on her heel as she pulled her phone from her pocket. After a call to Jerome went to voicemail, she created a text for him letting him know about Jeff. She also quickly mentioned Kurt's offer to Maxine, and she ended up telling him she was happy to bring him anything if he needed it while at work. Finished with everything she could do until she heard back from Penny, Ava rushed to her cottage to change before leaving for Cutlass investigations. It was going to be a long day for her, especially if Jerome wanted her to stop by after she was done with her work for Doug, but she felt somehow energized, knowing that they were making progress on the case. She couldn't wait to tell Jerome what she'd uncovered at the school's mailroom. She hoped he wouldn't be angry at her for going on her own, but she had a slew of excuses as to why, and hopefully he would accept them. When Ava arrived at Cutlass Investigations, she jumped into work immediately, noting that Serena wasn't at her desk. After 15 minutes, Doug stepped out of his office and called her back. With butterflies that felt more like one would expect going to the principal's office, Ava stepped into the man's somewhat messy office. Hello, Doug, she said, sitting across from him. Ava, he said, glancing up briefly to meet her gaze, then looking back down at the papers on his desk. I've heard from Charlie. Ava's pulse quickened. She'd expected this to be a meeting about her work, or perhaps even regarding something to do with her private investigator's license, but this was something entirely different. "And?" she said, waiting for him to explain. "She wanted me to pass along some information since she had another assignment to work on." Ava wanted to stop the man, thinking that it should be Sarah who was here. It wasn't that Ava didn't care, because she did, greatly, but Sarah seemed to have more wrapped up in the outcome of Sal's suspicious death. "There's not much to it, I'm afraid." His words stopped Ava's frantic train of thoughts. Not much to it. "Sorry." Doug finally looked up from his paperwork and made a face. "That came out wrong. This is why I've got Serena for things like this." Ava frowned, not understanding where he was going. "She handles the..." He waved a hand between them. "You know, the people stuff. But she's out sick, so here we go." Ava's stomach clenched, but she stayed silent to best hear the man out. "Charlie followed up on all the leads, you and that other lady, woman..." "Sarah," she supplied, and he nodded. "Right. She followed up on all of that, and it turns out your guy Sal got mixed up in some nasty gang business." He looked down at the papers again. "Not that he was involved, you see, but he was running interference. From what Charlie found, he was trying to get a young man out of the scene without alerting the leader." This was news to Ava, but then again, perhaps Sarah would know what Doug was talking about. "He left something for this young man with your friend's mother, I think is how the story goes. The young man did make it out of the area and the gang, but they sought retribution against Sal, and, well, you know the rest." Ava felt blindsided. It sounded like Sal to help someone out in that way, but the fact that he'd been caught in the crossfire of a gang was shocking. That's all she uncovered. "Sadly, yes." Ava held Doug's gaze, unblinking, until he said, "I know this has to be hard to hear, but he did a good thing. I've got Charlie running some local contacts to find the young man Sal helped. Thought it might help with closure for that friend of yours." And just like that, Ava saw another side of her gruff boss. "Thank you, Doug. That's very kind of you." He looked like a bird whose feathers had been ruffled. Well, thanks. Yeah." She stood. "Mind if I leave early? I'd like to deliver this message, but I've also got this case I'm working on." "You planning on me being nice now, Stewart?" "Never," she said with a smile. His returning one let her see she'd judged the man rightly. Gruff on the outside, and a bit of a workaholic, but at the center he had a soft heart of gold. "Fine, go, but don't make a habit of it," Doug said, returning to his gruffness. "I wouldn't dream of it," Ava said, leaving his office with an odd mixture of feelings. She wasn't exactly happy to learn the news, and yet she wasn't as sad as she'd expected to be. She could only hope that when she was able to tell Sarah everything, the young woman would take the news well. The last thing Ava wanted was for Sarah to second-guess Charlie's work and rush back into the chaotic lifestyle she'd lived before coming to Key West. Ava was on her way to the police station when she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Pulling it out, she didn't recognize the number but answered anyway. "Hello?" "Hi, is this Miss Stewart?" "Yes, who's this?" "Penny from the mailroom," the young woman said. "Oh, Penny, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your number." "No worries, Miss Stewart. So I've got that name for you?" Ava's heart leaped at the news. "You do?" "Yeah, took some digging, but I did find out who originally sent the letters to everyone." "Who was it?" "Doesn't make sense to me, actually." Ava frowned as the cab pulled up to the police station. "What doesn't?" Ava said, as she paid and got out. "It's listed under I M Sham." Ava's spirits fell. It was clear the name was a fake, perhaps meant to represent that it was all a sham. "Sorry. I guess that's not a great clue, huh?" Penny sounded as disappointed as Ava was. "Not exactly, but I appreciate all your hard work on this." "But I didn't really help, did I?" The young woman sounded a little pouty, but Ava reassured her that she'd done well before saying goodbye, just as Jerome came out of the station, his gaze zeroing in on her like a heat-seeking missile. "Hey," he said. Ava's stomach flipped. Jerome's voice always seemed to do funny things to her stomach. "Hey, yourself, detective. How about I'm just Jerome right now?" She offered him a curious look right before he moved in for a kiss. She accepted it, but quickly pulled back, seeking his eyes. "What has gotten into you? Lack of sleep? Too much caffeine? Or maybe I just missed you." Jerome's look was full of self-confidence, and Ava found that she liked this side of him, the side that shifted the focused detective to a more relaxed version of himself. "I suppose I can accept that," she said with a grin as he gave her another quick kiss on the lips. "Want to get some food?" he asked, looking like he was ready to escape the station faster than any criminal. "I would, but I have news. Case news." His eyebrows rose, and without preamble she jumped into details of her visit to the college, ruling out Jeff as a potential suspect, and then the mission she'd given to Penny. "She found something, didn't she?" he guessed. "She did." "Let's go back inside," Jerome said with barely contained exasperation. She knew it wasn't directed at her, but at the momentary freedom snatched from his grasp. "We can get something to eat after," she suggested. "We can. I was just looking forward to a moment alone." His gaze softened as he looked over to her, and then he pulled the door open, and they headed to his desk. Once he'd pulled up a chair for her and organized the notes from the case in front of them, he turned to her. "All right, fill me in on what Penny found." She spent the next few minutes telling him everything, ending with, "But I am Sham is clearly not the real name. I mean, it all but says, I am a sham, you know?" He nodded. "It's suspicious for sure. I'll check with campus security and see if they have cameras at the mailbox area. If so, the power was off, though." He frowned. "True. Still, let me have someone look into it. I'll be back." Ava nodded, wondering if Jerome would have any success or if, like this lead, it would be another dead end. She watched as Jerome spoke with a female officer across the bullpen, and then her attention turned to the documents Jerome had left on his desk. She wouldn't be so bold as to rifle through them while she was at the police station, but she could at least take a quick peek. Her gaze began to scan over what looked like statements from the students who had confessed to the murder. Most were covered up, but the top one belonged to Stephanie Taylor. She spoke of how her friend Ivy Havisham had driven them to the station because Stephanie's car was in the shop. Ava paused, something mentally pressing on her. Careful not to appear too obvious, she used her elbow to move the papers over to the next statement. Ivy was mentioned there as well. Ava remembered meeting the young woman with the fancy eco-friendly water bottle. She'd also seen her at the station when she dropped off the students, and it was clear she knew them all. Ivy Havisham. Sham? Ava gasped out loud, and her gaze flew across the room to Jerome, who at the same time looked at her. Either her gasp had been loud enough to span the busy station, or he was so in tune with her that he sensed something had shifted. Either way, he rushed toward her. "What is it?" "I think I know who I Am Sham is." Jerome blinked. Clearly he hadn't expected that. "Look." She pointed to the two statements and shifted to show the others. They, too, mentioned Ivy. "Ivy Havisham. You'd think she's I Am Sham?" "It makes sense. I mean, in a strange way. Why the students wouldn't mention her involvement in this is beyond me, though. Maybe that's because it's not about her." Jerome slid back into his chair and tapped a few keys so his computer flashed to life. He typed furiously for a few minutes, then leaned back. "There." He pointed to the screen, and Ava leaned closer. A photo of an older man with wild salt and pepper hair stared back at her. He wore dark-rimmed glasses and had somewhat of a crazed look in his vibrant blue eyes. Next to the photo was his name. Marshall Havisham. Marshall? As in the M of I Am? There's no way to tell, but I've heard of this man. He's got more money than he knows what to do with, and is known to be somewhat of a wild card. In what way? Pushing the envelope with the law, in a sense? He donates to a lot of local things, so he's got friends in high places, but is known among the less influential as somewhat of a rule breaker. I recognize the name, though I'm not sure how I missed it during the interrogations. It's all right. She seems to be a secondary character in all this. If he truly is the man behind the scholarship competition, then she might have been roped into doing his bidding as his daughter." Jerome shook his head. "But why murder a young man?" "The ultimate thrill?" Ava said, her heart plummeting at the mere thought. "Or for some other reason," Jerome said, looking off into the distance. "But we won't know what that is unless we go and talk with him." "Will it be an issue with your boss if this Marshall Havisham is as well connected as you say?" "You know what?" Jerome said, extending a hand and pulling her to standing next to him. "I don't care. Let's go talk to our next suspect."
Chapter 14. Jerome pulled up to the front of what Ava could only call a mansion. Towering columns, impressive landscape, and a porch decorated for entertaining. "Wow," Ava said. "I agree," Jerome said, shaking off his shock of the massive mansion and heading toward the steps. "But that doesn't mean he's above the law." Ava smiled, appreciating Jerome's integrity. It would be easy to be wary of what a powerful, wealthy man like Marshal Havisham could do to his career, but that wasn't how Jerome thought. They approached the large double doors, and Jerome pressed the bell. They could hear faint ringing inside, and they waited. Ava looked to either side of her, the wraparound porch decorated with expensive teak furniture, plush oriental rugs, and well-cared-for potted plants of all kinds. It looked like a relaxing space, but also a rarely used one. Did Ivy and her father live here alone? Perhaps with a staff member or two? Jerome had filled Ava in on the fact that Marshall's wife had died when Ivy was a teen, and he hadn't gotten remarried. Finally, the door opened, and a young woman in a maid's uniform appeared. "Hello?" "Hi, I'm Detective Makos from the Key West Police Department. I'd like to speak with Mr. Havisham." "May I ask what this is regarding?" "Yes, we're looking into the death of a young man. Mr. Havisham's daughter Ivy is believed to have known him. We just have a few questions for him." The young woman blanched and blinked rapidly for a moment. I'm not sure." It was clear she had never encountered a situation like this before. Ava felt sorry for her, clearly at a loss as to what was allowed and what wasn't. "Why don't we come in and you can ask him if we can meet?" Ava offered. It was a subtle push to get inside the house. If nothing else, they could at least look around. Would the woman agree? Sure. Come in. I believe Mr. Havisham is upstairs in his study. I'll go check with him. You can stay here in the parlor area." "Thank you," Jerome said, then sent a look to Ava. He knew what she'd done, and he seemed to appreciate her subtle maneuver. They followed the woman to a dark paneled area that had artifacts hung on every available space. The maid flashed an uncertain smile and then left for what Ava assumed were the stairs to inquire about Mr. Havisham's availability. "Do you think he'll see us?" Ava asked. "I don't know." He held his hands behind his back and paced around the room, looking at each item on the wall and the small cards held there. Ava mirrored him and began to take stock of what she was seeing. "These are some pretty exotic artifacts," she said. There was everything from Native American artifacts to tribal masks and weapons that she assumed were from Africa. There was even an Icelandic axe that caught her interest for a minute or so as she read of its history. "I suppose you collect things when you have a lot of money," Jerome said in a low tone. "Either that or his ancestors started the tradition and he's carried it on," she guessed. Ava moved past the large granite fireplace to another wall, assessing the weapons there. "It's all so violent, though." "I'd guess," Jerome began, but the sound of footsteps caught their attention. She and Jerome turned to see the young woman come back into the room. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Havisham must have left out the back while I was in the kitchen. I've tried calling his phone, but he's not answering. You'll have to come back." Jerome's eyes narrowed, and Ava wondered what he was thinking. "Mind if I ask you a few questions, miss?" "Miss Penwick. And I'm not sure that's a good idea, Detective Makos." "You don't even know what I'm going to ask you about," he said with a warm smile. "Please, let's take a seat and we'll chat for a moment. I won't ask for anything confidential, I promise." His reassurance seemed to help, and she shrugged. "I suppose." They sat, Ava and Jerome, on an expensive leather couch, and she in a standalone chair, hands folded neatly in her lap. "How long have you worked for Mr. Havisham?" Some of the tension eased from Miss Penwick's shoulders at the simple question. "About a year now. He hired me when I accidentally spilled a glass of champagne on him at a party." She blushed and shook her head. "I thought my career as a waitress was over, but he said I reminded him of his daughter and I deserved a second chance." "That was kind of him," Ava mused. "It was." "How is he to work for?" Jerome continued. "Great. I mean, I'm paid well, have time off, and honestly, there's not too much to do." "What are your responsibilities?" Ava sent a look toward Jerome, wondering what these questions had to do with anything, but she assumed that maybe it was to make the young woman feel more comfortable. I work during the day. I come in to make the meals, so breakfast at 8, lunch at noon, and dinner ready at 6. I'm usually free to leave in the afternoons if I want, or there are areas I can stay in the house.
Is it just you taking care of this big house? Ava asked.
Oh no, I'm just the cook, which was always my dream, she said with a soft smile. There's a groundskeeper who lives in a cottage out back, and a woman who comes in to do the cleaning every other day.
And Ivy? Ava asked. Something flickered behind the young woman's gaze, but it was there and gone before Ava could decipher it.
She does live here, but she's gone a lot for classes. I don't usually include her in meal planning since she eats out quite often.
Does she ever host parties here?
Oh, no.
The young woman shook her head.
Mr. H, that's what I call him, is very private. He likes to attend parties, but never hosts them.
Ava found this odd. If the man was in charge of this odd contest, how had he gotten away with talking to the students? Do you stay here, Miss Penwick? At night? Ava clarified. The young woman's eyes went wide, and Ava realized that she'd misunderstood Ava's question. I mean, do you have a room here? I'm sorry, that came out wrong. Miss Penwick looked slightly relieved, though still a bit unnerved.
I don't. I live with roommates.
Thanks for this information. It's very helpful. Now think back to a few weeks ago, Jerome said. That's when he started in on the questions regarding the night of Brandon's death, and if the young woman knew whether or not Mr. Havisham had been at home or away. She rushed to explain she hardly ever stayed much past 6:30, and that she couldn't remember any time when Mr. Havisham had been out of the house in the last several weeks. Jerome continued to ask questions, but Ava's mind began to wander as she took in the room around her. It was something about the fact that Vicky still hadn't come up with the cause of death for poor Brandon. Her gaze took in the deep green wallpaper and dark mahogany wood. The artifacts displayed over every available space and had likely been there a long time, except... She inhaled, and Jerome turned to her. Blushing, she shook her head, knowing that she would only distract from the interview if she told him what she was thinking. Jerome turned back to Miss Penwick and finished his questions. Finally, he stood saying, "Thank you for speaking with us." Folding his notebook, he put it back in his jacket pocket and turned toward the door.
Has Mr. H done something wrong?
The young woman looked scared, and Jerome rushed to comfort her. "We're just investigating all avenues. I'll make sure to be back soon so I can speak with the man himself."
He schedules all his own appointments, or else I'd help you, she said, clearly more at ease from Jerome's explanation.
"Thank you, Miss Penwick." She led them to the front door, and only when they exited into the warmth of the outdoors did Ava turn to Jerome. He cut her off, saying, "You came up with something." "I did," she said, her grin widening. "It's a leaf straight out of an Agatha Christie novel, though." They climbed into his car, and she waited while he backed out into traffic before she continued. "While you questioned Miss Penwick, I was looking around the room when it hit me. There are a great number of toxins that can kill and not be detected in an autopsy." He shot her a look. "I read an article about it recently," she said by way of explanation. "And," she continued, "I hadn't noticed it before, but the African artifacts section was missing something long and thin, if I'm not mistaken." "How do you know?" "From the vantage point of standing and looking up, we wouldn't have been able to tell, but from where I sat on the couch, I saw a faint lightening of the wallpaper in one section that felt off to me. Design-wise, that is." "Are you saying that Mr. Havisham is guilty and killed Brandon with a poisoned dart?" There was light humor in his words, and she bristled a little. "I know it sounds far-fetched, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. I remember reading about spears that even to this day could be toxic due to what the natives had rubbed on them." "There were no puncture wounds found." Vicky ruled his death inconclusive. "I know, but..." She bit her lip. "Maybe she can check again? Perhaps the hairline? I read an A.C. George novel about that, and..." "You're going all Pete on me." She chuckled. "She's a good writer, and she's researched many of the things she writes about. It's a possibility." Jerome looked dubious, but he shrugged. "You know what? At this point, I'm willing to try anything. Let's have Vicky look again, at the hairline. Do you happen to know what poisons might be worth testing for?" Ava smiled, loving that he had even asked her. He hadn't assumed she wouldn't know, and hadn't tried to take over himself. He wanted her cooperation and her help, like an equal investigator.
It gave her flutters and soft emotions that had no place during a murder investigation, and yet they were there all the same. "I have some ideas," she said, flashing him a confident smile. Jerome dropped Ava off at by lamplight for her meeting with Maxine and Kurt, but she'd made sure to first convey her thoughts to Vicky via a phone call in the parking lot of the police station. She knew she was treading on unfamiliar ground. Not only was she discussing an autopsy with the medical examiner, but there was also the fact that she was no poison expert. She'd read several books where poisoned arrows had been used, but how was one to know if that research was accurate? If Vicky found what Ava expected she might, she'd have to put the congratulations on A.C. George for her research and Pete for his overenthusiasm about the author. But now, as Ava walked up to the still-closed restaurant, she tried to calm her thoughts to refocus on the reason she was here in the first place. After what Jake had found out about Kurt Billings, she and Maxine had decided it was time to confront the would-be buyer. If he was willing to lie to her about his true involvement in the purchase, it was possible he was going to lie to her about a great many other things. "Hey, Ava," Willard said, coming from a cab at the curb when she was only a few feet from the front door. "Willard, what are you doing here?" She took in his suit and bow tie. She'd have to tell Bonnie that she'd truly been helping Willard because his suit practically hung on him. And yet it struck her. Why was he wearing a suit? "Well," his grin grew wide, "I got to talking with that Jake fella of yours, and we thought it would be good for Maxine to have some, shall we say, representation." Ava frowned. "What?" "Jake's already sent over all the information she needs, but if she had a lawyer, it would look better, you know." "A lawyer?" "Present for the discussion of terms," he said, putting on his best Perry Mason stance. "You're going to pretend to be her lawyer?" Ava said. "If the shoe fits," he said with a grin. "Does she know?" "Jake cleared it with her earlier today." Ava shook her head. "I don't know if this is such a good idea." "I'm not going to say I'm anything more than her counsel, just so you know, which is true. She did ask for my advice in all of this." "You're playing it very close to the line, Mr. Smith," Ava said with a grin she couldn't quite squash.
"Maybe, but the thing is, she can't afford a lawyer for her son and one for something as small as making sure this guy is legit or not."
"Is she going to sell?"
"That's protected by attorney-client privilege,"
he said with a wink. Ava chuckled, and they walked toward the door.
"But no, I don't think so. She wants to see why he's doing this. How did he even know she was considering selling? Mostly she's afraid it's her ex-husband's doing."
Ava blinked. She hadn't seen that coming, but Maxine hadn't shared that with her either, so perhaps it was good Willard was here. An additional third party who could add perspective. "Let's go then, counselor." He winked and held the door open for her. "Thank you for coming," Maxine said, coming up to Ava and kissing both cheeks. She clasped Willard's hand and squeezed as well. "Jake sent over everything, but I'm a wreck."
"That's why I'm here," Willard said, his chest puffing up as if he'd been called Superman.
"You're both good sense," Maxine said. "Do you know what you're going to do?" Ava asked, wanting to see how firm Maxine was on her plans. I don't think I want to sell, but I do want to find out what this man is up to." So it sounded like Willard had been right. All right then, let's set everything up. They spent the next 15 minutes setting up the area for their guest. A camera to record their conversation, prepared documents to show him, and on Maxine's computer was some hard evidence to counter his lies. When Kurt Billings knocked on the glass door, they were ready, and Maxine opened the door. "Hello, please come in." He did, and took the chair Maxine offered him.
"Hello again, Miss Stewart."
"Hello," Ava said.
"And we haven't met yet,"
Kurt said to Willard, hand outstretched.
"Willard Smith," he said, shaking the man's hand with a look that wasn't quite a scowl, but was possibly a bit overplayed for the role he'd chosen.
Still, Ava couldn't fault the man for wanting to appear tough. It would likely help them in this discussion. "I'd like to start by saying," Kurt began. "Mr. Smith is my counsel," Maxine said, immediately taking the upper hand of the conversation, despite Kurt's attempt to jump into negotiations. "We have a few questions for you, Mr. Billings."
Questions. "Let's start with the fact that there is no client," Willard began, his tone all steel. Huh? What do you mean? Maxine turned around the computer and began to scroll through the documents that Jake had prepared.
You see, she said, taking the lead, it's come to my attention that you have been acquiring lots of land in this area and have been seen in talks with a prominent developer in Key West. Someone who is actually friends with my counsel here, Mr. Smith.
This was news to Ava, but she managed to keep her surprise hidden. She knew Willard had a lot of contacts, but this was a shock.
Do you want to buy my restaurant to tear it down, Mr. Billings? Maxine asked.
Willard leaned forward.
Think long and hard before answering, Mr. Billings.
Kurt slumped back, looking peeved. Okay, fine. It would be nice to acquire this and a few other properties in the area. We're thinking of building a resort and—
You've got to be kidding!
Maxine pushed back from the table. I know, it sounds perhaps underhanded of me, but I really would be creating jobs by building this resort. Did you know this building is historic, as are many others on this street? Ava added. You can't just go around bulldozing whatever doesn't work for you.
I was assured nothing was protected, Kurt said.
That doesn't mean they don't have significance,
Maxine said. Ava could tell she was barely managing to keep it together, her anger bubbling near the surface. Why the subterfuge? Ava asked. You could have just as easily said you'd buy the restaurant and maintain it. Kurt squinted, then shrugged, slouching back in his seat. His whole demeanor changed.
I found that people tend to respond well to a peon. They like the mystery of someone else, and I wanted to do that without having to pay someone to look out for my interests. Look, Miss Dufresne, I just want to buy your restaurant. What do you say?
I'm not selling, Maxine said.
And you'd better be certain I'll be talking to my fellow restaurateurs along this street so they can be prepared for your offer.
Kurt narrowed his eyes, holding her gaze for a moment before he slapped his hands on the table and stood. Well, I guess that's that. See you around, lady. Ava blinked as he walked out of the restaurant, almost as if he was a petulant teen who hadn't gotten his way.
I didn't expect it to go like that, Willard said.
Neither did I, Ava admitted.
I'm just glad he left. Can you believe that? He was trying to trick me!
Whatever gives him an edge is what he thinks he can get away with, I suppose, Ava said. Maxine dropped her head into her hands, and Ava rested a hand on her back. It's going to be okay, I promise. She took in a deep breath.
I know. I suppose I've always known I wouldn't sell, but I didn't want to close off my options, just in case.
And it's good that you now know you aren't willing to let By Lamplight go.
I'm not,
she said, sitting up to look at Ava.
But I still don't know what will happen with Michael.
We'll find out who's behind all of it, Ava said, looking over at Willard, who nodded once. I know we will.
I hope so,
Maxine said.
And I hope it's soon.
Chapter 15. When Ava and Willard finally left the restaurant, Maxine was in much better spirits. While she hired out the cooking for the restaurant, she'd been trained as a chef, and she told Ava she was going to cook. She called it her therapy. Ava made her promise to call if she needed anything, and when Maxine agreed, they parted with a hug. Now, walking up to the Keys bed and breakfast, Ava knew the next step of her day had to be telling Sarah about what Doug had told her regarding Sal's murder. It wasn't something she was looking forward to, knowing that the young woman would want more answers than Ava was able to give, but she hoped it would be a starting point. She'd emailed Doug on the cab ride back and had asked him to assure her that Sarah could talk with either him or Charlie if she had any questions. She had a feeling he would agree, though she still wasn't sure that would be enough. Sarah had placed a large part of her hope in uncovering some greater mystery, and while it was a beautiful and brave thing Sal had done, his death had ultimately been senseless, as was the case with so many wrongful deaths. The steps creaked under her ballet flats, and Ava caught a glimpse of Sarah inside at the desk, reading a home decor magazine that Ava ordered because she knew Sarah enjoyed it. She had a good eye for design, and Ava hoped to nurture that if Sarah decided to stay in Key West. "Sarah," she said, stepping into the air-conditioned space that smelled faintly of cucumber and lime water. "Can we talk?" Sarah looked up from a beautiful full-page spread of a front porch in what Ava guessed to be Savannah, Georgia, and nodded. "Of course." She closed the magazine and followed Ava to a sitting area in the front. They would be able to see if anyone was coming to the check-in desk, but it was a more comfortable place for them to both sit. "What is it? News about Sal?"
Ava nodded, formulating her thoughts to share with the young woman. This is not going to be easy news, she admitted. I can take it, she said. I know you can, but I wish you didn't have to. Ava went on to explain what Doug had told her, about the young man, Sal's involvement, and the retribution that the gang had exacted on him. When she finished, Sarah stared into the mid-distance with a blank expression Ava couldn't read. So that's it, Sarah said, defeat obvious in her tone. He died because he was a good man. He died doing something good, yes, but not because he was a good man. Bad things happen, even to good people. That doesn't mean we stop being good. But, Ava, he was like a father to me. Did they ever catch the gang member? Did he get put in prison? Or is he out there living his life while Sal is gone? I don't know. I can ask Doug to look into it, but I don't want you to see this as a failure. Sarah looked up. What do you mean? Well, Ava looked out the window for a moment, composing her thoughts. It was time to share her story. I have something to tell you. It may help, it may not, but I'd ask you to listen before responding. Sarah nodded, her eyes wet with tears that had not yet spilled over. Okay. When I was around your age, I was engaged. Ava thought back to the handsome young man with sparkling blue eyes and tanned skin. His name was Christopher, and he ran a small inn on the bank of a river. He was a kind man, gentle but wise. He was also an amazing businessman and taught me a lot of vital things I've used here at the Keys. Sarah nodded, listening intently. We were going to be married on the back lawn of the inn with the river as a backdrop. Invitations had been sent, food had been ordered, all of the things you need for a wedding were lining up, and I was so happy. Ava thought back to the weeks before Chris had been killed. He was a loving, demonstrative man and had no problems kissing her in public, holding her hand and telling her she was the most amazing woman. She'd grown accustomed to his actions, and as she would later feel, took advantage of his love. Not truly, but it had felt that way later. One night, a week before our wedding, we were supposed to meet for a date in town. I was working at a bookshop at that point, still not sure what to do with my life, and he was going to meet me at our favorite bistro. He didn't show up on time. 15 minutes passed, then 30. It was so unlike him. I couldn't reach him on the phone, and even after calling several friends, I had no idea where he was. I was just about to leave and drive to the inn myself when I got a call. Ava felt them then. Hot tears filling her eyes and a cottony feeling in her mouth that made swallowing difficult. It was the front desk receptionist at the inn. She'd forgotten something and had to go back before heading home. I guess she saw the cash drawer open and empty, and then she saw a light on, and Chris's front door was open. He lived in a small cabin out back. Anyway, she found him there. He'd been murdered. Oh, Ava! Sarah reached out and took her hand. I don't tell you this to make you feel sorry for me. It's not about that, she said, feeling herself come back to the present. I spent years trying to figure out why something like that would happen to Chris. I was certain it had been staged, or that the person who'd killed him had ties to something more nefarious. I'd even convinced myself that I could be the reason. They'd been after me and my family's money. But that didn't make sense. What happened? Sarah said, after Ava grew quiet for several minutes. I had to let go. Ava shrugged and looked up. This isn't going to feel right, Sarah, but hear me when I say I know how something can consume you. I know you've spent your adult life looking for an answer, and while we have it, it doesn't feel like the one you want. I get that. I really do. But I'm here to tell you that you can't live your life based on events from the past. You just can't. It will get you nowhere. I'd hardly say you're nowhere, she said with a half-smile. True. But it took me a long time to get here. When my parents died, many years after Chris's death, I made a change in my life and came down here. I let go of my obsession that had only ended in heartbreak and what the police already knew, and I embraced a new life. An image of Jerome came to Ava's mind. Well, that's not fully true. What do you mean? Sarah asked. I thought I'd let the past go completely, well, as much as anyone can, but for so long I kept myself single. Partly because there was no one around I could see myself with, but partly out of fear. I was so afraid of loving again. Sarah nodded as if she understood. But I think I can see now, with Jerome, that it would be tragic if I allowed my past sadness to cloud my future happiness. You're telling me this so I won't leave, aren't you? Sarah held the hint of a smile. I'm telling you this so you'll know that it's not easy, but it's possible. I don't know if Anton is the right man for you or even if staying in Key West is what's best, but I don't want you to make any decisions about your life, your future, because of something that happened years ago to a man we both loved. She gave Sarah's arm a gentle squeeze. If I knew Sal, like I think I did, then I believe he would tell you to settle down if that's what makes you happy. I am happy here, Sarah said, nodding slowly. I'll admit, I wanted Sal's death to be worth more. It was. He saved a young man. Sarah nodded. And that's enough. The women hugged, and then Sarah bolted to her feet. Can I leave a few minutes early? Of course, Ava said. May I ask where you're going? I need to go talk to Anton, to tell him... Sarah bit her lip, hesitating a moment. I want to tell him I'm staying. Ava's smile grew as she watched the young woman grab her purse and sprint out the front door. She felt a little like she'd lifted a weight from her shoulders. Realizing that she'd still held on to part of Chris was its own type of catharsis. She wasn't going to do that now. Besides, she had no doubt he'd be happy for her and Jerome. It was a small thing, but she felt released in a way she hadn't expected. Released and free. And she also knew something else. She needed to make sure Jerome knew she was in this for the long haul, whatever that looked like. Ava woke to her phone ringing at 6:30. She rubbed sleep from her eyes and fumbled for the device, pressing accept without even seeing the name on the screen. Hello? Oh, did I wake you? Vicky. Yeah, so I've got news from your tip. Ava sat up in bed, more awake now. You do? Yes, and I got permission from a certain detective to tell you. Then tell me, Ava said, pushing from her bed and sliding her feet into slippers. We ran a panel of more exotic toxins, as you suggested, and lab work came back today positive for diamphidia. What? The Bushmen in Africa have been known to use the pupa of a diamphidia, think beetle larva, which produces a toxin that they then paint onto their arrow tips, Vicky explained. And that's what killed him? Yes. I saw signs of it during his autopsy, but I couldn't attribute it to anything. You found the puncture mark. Vicky let out a quick chuckle. You know, you should really get a job as a detective. You were right. There was a small puncture right behind the ear and the hairline. I don't know how I missed it. But without the weapon, we can't know who killed him. Jerome said you might say that, Vicky said, amusement evident in her voice. So he told me to tell you the presence of the African artifacts at Havisham's house was enough to get a warrant. They're serving it today. Soon? Ava said, her hand halfway to her single-serve coffee maker. In an hour, Vicky said. He also said not to be late. Chapter 16. Ava felt anticipation as she stepped from the cab to see Jerome and a team of officers in the driveway of Marshal Havisham's house. You made it, he said with a smile. Good thing the chief passed off on you joining us, since you were the one who made the poison discovery. I'm glad you had Vicky tell me, she said with a sly grin. Though I don't know why I didn't hear it from you. I thought Vicky would do a better job explaining the bug stuff to you. It was lost on me. But not enough to keep you from getting a warrant. True, he winked, then turned to the officers. I'll go in first, he said. Let's roll. They took the steps toward the front door, and Jerome was about to knock when the front door opened. Mrs. Sims? Ava blurted, shocked to see Fiona Sims exiting the house. Hello? She smoothed a hand over her hair and then down the front of her light pink suit coat. "Can I, help you?" Jerome frowned. "What are you doing here, Mrs. Sims?" The woman looked flustered, her eyes darting to the officers behind Jerome. "What is going on?" "Answer the question, Mrs. Sims," Jerome said, using his no-nonsense tone. "I was trying to visit Mr. Havisham, but—" Just then, a scream rent the air. All the officers who were scattered around immediately went into preparation mode, drawing their guns. "Take her to a car, I want to question her," Jerome directed an officer. Then to Ava he said, "Stay out here." She nodded and stepped to the side as the officers and Jerome made their entrance to the house. It felt like Jerome was inside forever, but soon he came back out with a crying Miss Penwick being escorted out behind him. "He's dead," Jerome said as the sound of an ambulance blared in the distance. "Mr. Havisham," Ava said, eyes wide in surprise. "Yes, in his office. Not sure what killed him, there's no obvious evidence, but this house is now a crime scene. Honestly, I'm shocked, to tell you the truth." "Mrs. Sims?" Ava hazarded a guess as to where his thoughts were going. "It's possible she's involved, but to see her walk so casually out of the house is strange. And out the front door, no less," Ava mused. "Let's go talk to her." Ava followed him back down the steps and out to the squad car where Fiona Sims sat. She looked worried, but as if she were trying not to look so. It was obvious she was unnerved, but was that due to a crime she'd committed or something else? "Can I go now?" she asked when Jerome opened the door. "No," he said simply. "I need to ask you some questions first." She narrowed her eyes, but at that moment the ambulance pulled up. "What's happening? Is Marshall okay?" "Okay." Jerome leaned closer. "He's dead." Fiona lost it then, tears streaming down her cheeks, hands covering her face, all while shaking her head. "You think I killed him?" "I didn't say that, Mrs. Sims, but I do need to ask you why you were here in the first place." "I didn't know he was dead," she said, not seeming to understand or hear his question. "Why were you here, Mrs. Sims?" It took a few moments, but she blinked and wiped the tears from under her eyes before meeting Jerome's gaze with a bold one of her own. "I had no idea he was dead. I came by to—" She cleared her throat. "I came by to see if he was the one who pulled Trent into this mess." Ava watched Jerome's expression, but he didn't give anything away. "What do you mean?" "I finally went to see my son yesterday." She looked ashamed. "I thought this was another ploy for attention, but our attorney assured us it was not. I talked with him, and he admitted that he'd been coerced into a competition, one I believe you know about." When Jerome nodded his assent, she continued. "I couldn't understand why he'd do this. I mean, it's not like we don't have the means to support him. But he admitted that he truly wanted to go into filmmaking or whatever he's currently obsessed with, and felt that having financial freedom to do what he wanted was the only way." "And he told you that Marshall Havisham was the one behind all of this?" "No." She sniffed and pulled a tissue out of her pocket. "But he said something that tipped me off. He said they'd been taken into a creepy basement, blindfolded so that they didn't know where they were going, and something about his description made me remember this house." Fiona Sims looked up at the towering house. There was something close to regret in her gaze, and Ava wondered about the story behind it. How did she know Marshall in the first place? And had the man known that it was her son Trent coming to him? That is, if he was behind the competition? "I've known Marshall for a long time through various friends. I wouldn't call us friendly, exactly, but he and I have run in the same circles all our lives. Back when his wife was alive, he hosted a Halloween party in his basement once. It was beyond creepy and worked perfectly for the theme, but I couldn't wait to get out of there. My son's description of where he'd been sounded exactly like the space." "So you came here to confront Mr. Havisham. Did you argue?" "That's just it. I didn't even see him. His housekeeper kept me in that creepy parlor room, the one with all the weapons. She said she'd check with him, but I don't even think she went upstairs. She was gone less than 5 minutes before she all but kicked me out, which is when you saw me leaving." "You know I'll check this with her story, and if you're lying—" "I'm not.
I never saw him, and I doubt she even checked with him. Though I did see a flutter of movement on the top floor when I came in. Maybe it was nothing, or a breeze, but I thought someone was looking out. Jerome noted this and then called an officer over, instructing him to check the top floor. We'll look into this, but for now I'd like you to come down to the station for further questioning. Am I under arrest? No, but your cooperation would go a long way. You know what? Take me to the station. I should be with my son anyway. Besides, that's where our lawyer is. She added a half-smile that chilled Ava. Was it possible the woman had fabricated the whole story? Of course, Miss Penwick's account could confirm things, but there was no telling if any of it was true. Jerome closed the door and they walked away, stepping to the side so that officers could go back and forth. They were not only executing a search warrant, but now locking down the house as that of a crime scene. What a drastic change this day had taken. Just then the medical examiner's van pulled up and Vicky got out with her team. Vic, Jerome said, waving her over. Well, this is a shock, she said, taking off her hat to smooth her hand over her hair for a moment before replacing it. Didn't think I'd be on a call out here. I need you to check his system for the same toxin you found in Brandon, Jerome said. You think he did this to himself? Vicky said. There's no way to tell, but from what I could see, which wasn't much, since we didn't move the body. Thank you, Vicky interjected. I don't think it was natural causes, but I didn't see a cause either. Got it. I run the same screen I did for Brandon. Hey, Ava, she said as if seeing her for the first time. Ava wasn't offended, knowing that Vicky was here to do her job. Change of plans, eh? Vicky added. It is unexpected, Ava added, though something was nagging at the back of her mind. Something she couldn't put her finger on. Okay, get to it, Jerome said with a smile, gently pushing Vicky toward the house. She merely laughed and beckoned her team to follow. Jerome turned to Ava. I'm going to go question Miss Penwick. Want to join? The same feeling that she'd missed something crept up on her again. No, actually, I think I'm going to go back to the bed and breakfast and call an emergency meeting of the MMBC. I've got this feeling we've missed something, and I just don't know what it is. You know to call you at the first sign of a breakthrough? She said with a grin. That's my girl. Woman. She laughed but paused before she left, hand on Jerome's arm. I just want you to know that you're important to me, Jerome. I know work gets in the way for us both, but that hasn't changed the way I feel about you, and it won't. He looked surprised, and she knew it was fair for him to be. It was an odd declaration at the scene of a crime, but the way she saw it was that if she didn't say something soon, when would she have the free time to? They were busy people who cared about finding the truth for others. That meant they needed to take the time they were given, no matter if it was right or not. I feel the same way, Ava, he said, stepping closer and grasping her hand. I'm sorry I'm distracted. I don't want to be like this forever. You won't be, she said, cupping his cheek with her other hand. I know that now. You do? Yes, she said with a grin. Let's just say I had a revelation yesterday, and it's helping me to see things even more clearly. I can't wait for you to tell me more. And I will, when we're not at a crime scene. Now go do your job, Detective Makos. Then, bold as brass, Ava leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. It was quick, and she was fairly certain no one had seen, but at this point she didn't care anymore. He was her person, and she was positive it was a forever type of thing, for both of them. Why not take every moment they could? I'll call you later, he said, his smile warming her from the inside out. I look forward to it. Chapter 17. The sound of chatter filled the porch along with the soft, warm breeze, and Ava carried out a small tray of desserts. Anton had mysteriously been too busy to add extra treats, something Ava was actually happy about, so she'd done her best to scrounge up what she could from the pantry. Are those cookies from a box? Willard looked disappointed. Anton was busy, she said, eyeing Sarah, who blushed in response. Ah, well. Willard reached out and took a stack of the black and white cookies. I suppose these'll do. Ava tried and failed to hide her smile, but the older man was already looking away. Geraldine occupied the seat next to him, but was in conversation with Pete about the book Ava had finished the night before, and thankfully so, since Pete was spoiling the plot completely. Next to him, Kay chatted with Elijah about a rescue dog they were housing and how he might be the perfect pet for the artist. Ava could see him with a dog, and she hoped Kay was successful in convincing him. Sarah sat on a couch by herself, immersed in her phone, but by the smile on her face, Ava guessed she was texting with Anton. Things seemed to be going well for them, which made Ava thrilled that she'd shared her story with the young woman. The wounds would heal, even if it took time, but at least Anton would be there to help her through it. Ava sat down in her usual chair and checked her phone. No text back from Jake yet, which worried her, but then she remembered it was possible he was in class. She didn't have his schedule near her, so she decided to start the meeting without him. Friends, there have been a few developments. Everyone quieted down immediately, and Ava jumped into recounting what they had learned so far, from the toxin used to the discovery of Mr. Havisham's body that morning. She finished by saying, "I need your help to see what we've missed." The group burst into chatter at once, and Ava laughed, taking a moment to enjoy the random theories that were flying around before she held up a hand. "What if we take this one at a time? Follow the money," Pete blurted out. Everyone turned to look at him. "Explain," Ava said. "Okay, you mentioned the toxin, and it made me think of A.C. George," the group supplied, before he could say it. "Yep." He blinked, and then shrugged. "But it also reminded me of one of our earlier novels. It's always about the money. We know that's one of the 3 main motivations. But the detective in the book I'm thinking of made a point of finding out who gained from someone's death." "What if it was suicide?" Geraldine asked. "Maybe he couldn't live with what he'd done to those poor kids." Ava shook her head. "As much as I'd like to think he had a change of heart, I have a gut feeling that's not what this is." "Why?" Elijah challenged Ava, not in an antagonistic way, but she could tell he was curious. "Because of who he's proven to be through all of this. If he really did pit college kids against one another for money in order to entertain himself, because I don't think any of us believe that it was altruistic in any way, then I have a hard time believing he would give all of that up. I don't think he has the type of personality to take what would seem like an easy way out, though we know it would just be a tragic decision on all accounts." "I could see that," Elijah agreed. "I'd also have a hard time believing he used that toxin to kill himself as well. From what you said, there was no weapon at the crime scene. Nothing to indicate that he'd used it to end his life. So, he either died of natural causes, or someone killed him and took the weapon with them." "Very succinct," Ava said to Elijah. "I agree. We won't know for a while until Vicky can get those tests back, but if we operate on the assumption there is someone else, then who?" "That football kid?" Willard suggested. "I mean, he might have had an alibi for the first murder, but is it possible he had someone else do it, and then was angry he hadn't been invited into the competition, so he offed the guy?" Ava cringed at Willard's crude way of putting it, but she appreciated he was looking for alternatives. "It's possible, but that's very thin, and we'd still be left with the question of who killed Brandon." Willard grumbled, and then Pete said, "The money, people! How do we follow it?" Kay asked her husband. He scratched his head. "Willard, didn't you have contacts with some attorney?" A light came into the older man's eyes. "You know what? That's a good idea. Let me make some calls." He lumbered to his feet and made his way to the pool deck under the covering of an umbrella to make calls to his attorney friends. "What else?" Ava prompted. "Hey, guys," Jake said, rushing in just as Ava asked the question. A chorus of hellos greeted him as he flopped into a chair. Ava quickly filled him in, and he pulled out his phone. "I'll look through current hashtags at the school. Sometimes they have a better rumor mill than you'd expect. Besides, Trent's mom being arrested is pretty big news." "Well, she wasn't exactly arrested," Ava clarified. Jake shrugged and looked down at his phone. Silence surrounded them, and Ava began to work through her thoughts. There was still the nagging sensation at the back of her neck, but why? She thought through the events of the past weeks. They'd found Brandon. He was killed, but not by the mushrooms that were next to him. Odd, since it seemed as if someone was trying to frame Maxine, but why? Then Michael had been arrested, and soon they had all manner of suspects by way of the students. The students? Ava blinked.
Then just as Willard was walking up the steps, she blurted, "Ivy Havisham."
"How'd you know?"
It was Ava's turn to look surprised. "Wait, know what?"
"That's who his will left the estate to, though you didn't hear that from me,"
Willard said, making a face and grabbing a few more cookies before reclaiming his seat. "That's the daughter, right?" Geraldine asked. Ava nodded. "Yes, and I don't know why I didn't see it before." "Wait, you think she's the murderer?" Kay said, looking shocked. "I do, though there's not exactly a way to prove it," Ava admitted.
"Walk us through it,"
Elijah said. "I first saw her when she dropped off the contest students at the police station. She was an odd man out, if you will, and then we saw her at the school. She had the newest A.C. George novel and said she'd read it 3 times. Not a confession by any means, but that's where the idea for using the toxin came from for me. Not only did Marshall have access to it, but his daughter as well." "That's a little thin," Sarah said, speaking up for the first time. "It is, and I won't try to pin this on her if it's not right, but I saw what kind of car she drives, her clothes, even her water bottle was over $300.
"Wow,"
Jake said. He was clearly listening, but also focused on his online search. "She told me herself that she likes the best, and something tells me that having a father rope his daughter into running a contest that's about giving money away wouldn't be high on her list." "Do you think she was the one who delivered the letters?" Geraldine suggested. "It's possible. She could have even brought them to the basement of her father's house, which would mean that there is an exterior entrance." Ava was caught up in her thoughts now. If she'd been in the house when we were at the front, she could have slipped out. "Still, it's circumstantial," Elijah pointed out. "It won't stick without a confession," Ava agreed.
"What if I told you the lawyer had a meeting with Mr. Havisham scheduled for next week to change his will?"
All eyes turned to Willard.
"Again, you didn't hear it from me, but that seems like a reasonable excuse for a young woman to take her future in her hands."
"Did the lawyer say why he wanted to change it?" Ava asked, knowing it was a long shot.
"I asked the same question, and while there's no concrete answer, he said that Mr. Havisham had felt somewhat guilty about something. Apparently it came out in their conversation, and he said he needed to leave Key West a better place than it was when he died. He seemed... what was the word my buddy used?"
Willard thought for a second.
"Contrite. My friend said that was the first time he'd ever seen him that way. He was one for pranks per my buddy, and he'd never seen him look sorry for anything."
"Maybe he was feeling guilty," Kay said. "A boy did die," Sarah added. Ava nodded.
Guys,"
Jake said, drawing their attention.
"I think we've got a problem."
"What's that?" Ava said.
"It looks like Ivy is leaving the country."
"What?" Geraldine leaned forward.
"She must not be too smart," Jake said, shrugging, "because she just posted that she's taken an extended vacation to Vietnam."
"There's no extradition there," Elijah muttered. "And she posted this on social media?" Sarah asked, shocked. Jake met Ava's gaze.
"If you're right, they have to stop her."
Ava knew what he meant. She had to call Jerome, and fast. When Ava and Jerome entered the room at the small port where Ivy Havisham was being held, she felt immediately sorry for the young woman. Then Ivy flashed her a cold stare, and the pity vanished. She was no simple college girl wrapped up in something over her head. She was cold and calculating.
"Miss Havisham,"
Jerome said, sitting down at the table across from her.
"We need to have a talk."
"I'm on my way to Cuba, detective." She spat the last word. "Why have you stopped me?"
"Well, first off, we're sorry to inform you that your father has died."
She didn't blink an eye. We weren't that close. Ava thought she caught a slight tightening around the woman's eyes and read her word as a lie. Jerome continued.
"I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you'd rather stay here and take care of your father's estate."
"We've got people to do that." She looked down at her nails. Ava caught Jerome's eye, and he nodded once for her to try. "Remember me, Miss Havisham? Ivy." The girl didn't look up. "Yeah, you're some investigator." "I am, and I'm trying to understand a few things." "Like?" Ivy looked up and met Ava's gaze. Like why you disliked Michael Dufrand, for one. Her eyes narrowed. I never said I did. I did some research of my own. You know, all things are on social media these days, and I was able to come up with what I think is the answer. Ivy still held Ava's gaze but didn't move. Oh. Yes, I think it happened, 3 months ago? He broke up with you, didn't he? Her stare turned to ice. I broke up with him. I see. Ava tilted her head to the side. You really don't seem to like him. I caught him with another girl in my class. Kissing. That's cheating, you know. I do. Jerome spoke up. Why were you attending the community college? Ivy blinked. What? I mean, he flipped through some papers to make his point, though Ava guessed they had nothing to do with this aspect of his questioning. Your father had a lot of assets and many connections. You could have attended anywhere, but you stayed here. Ivy shrugged, and Jerome continued. Was it so he could run a contest with students that you supplied him with? To give them access to tuition money for doing things? Dangerous things? Ivy paled, but as Ava watched her, her face shifted to one of a grieving girl. Tears filled her eyes, and she nodded. Yes, my daddy used me. He wanted me to connect him with students. I did, but then I stopped. It was wrong. You can cut the act, Jerome said, seeing through, as Ava did, to what the young woman was doing, to her manipulation. Just as quickly she shut off the tears and wiped under her eyes. So he used me. Big deal. I had no part in that stupid contest. No part aside from delivering his notes and bringing the students to him, Jerome said. She shrugged but didn't respond. It was going to be tough to get her to be honest with them, but Ava had an idea. It was bold and possibly doomed to fail, but she had to try. One glance at Jerome for permission, and he nodded his okay. You know, Ivy, it's a shame, Ava said. She paused, waiting to draw the girl's interest. You did all that for him. You threw away your first year of college on a foolish game to please your father, and what did you get? Cut out of his will. This time Ivy turned as pale as a sheet. What? He didn't do that. His appointment wasn't until next week. It says right here, she said, pointing to one of Jerome's papers and taking a leaf from his playbook. This time real tears, tears of anger, coursed down Ivy's cheeks. How dare he? She growled. Is that why you killed him? You were angry? Jerome said, taking over from Ava. I killed him because I couldn't stand to see my inheritance thrown away just because he felt sorry for himself. Her bold declaration shocked Ava, and she sat back, almost unable to breathe in the wake of the girl's confession. Miss Havisham, you are under arrest for your participation in the murder of Brandon West and Marshall Havisham, Jerome said, coming round the table. She broke into sobs, but the officers with them pulled her to her feet in attached cuffs while Jerome read her Miranda rights. Ava watched as they ushered her from the room, the only feeling one of sadness. Ava knew it was good to find the truth, to confront the killer, and to get answers. But she also felt a deep sorrow that this young woman turned to violence. With her arrest, justice had been done, but it didn't mean that the ending was a happy one. Later that evening, Jerome joined Ava on the edge of the dock that wasn't too far from the police station. She hadn't wanted to go back to the bed and breakfast, and she hadn't wanted to go to Cutlass Investigations either. She'd called Serena and called out for the day, which the woman seemed to be overly understanding about. She wondered if perhaps Geraldine had called in after Ava had sent the text of Ivy's arrest. Either way, she was happy to sit and stare out at the water, contemplating the end of this difficult case. Hey there, I had them track your phone. She laughed. You did not. I told Vicky where I was. Okay, so I was just trying to sound like I'd gone to great lengths to find you. You don't need to try and impress me, Detective Makos. You already do. Oh, yeah? He said, nudging her shoulder. Yes. She smiled, though it was hesitant. It's been a hard day. It has, but I do have some more answers. You do? She looked over at him, leaning on the railing. Yep. You want to hear 'em, or are you done being a detective for the day? I'd like to know, she admitted. Questions had plagued her through the afternoon. He nodded, then looked back out to sea.
We may never know all of it, but from what I could gather, you were right. She'd been roped into helping him find students for his own enjoyment. At first, she thought it was fun. A harmless game that edged on the risky side, but nothing too crazy. Jerome turned to look at her, but that changed when he upped the ante. One night after she took them to the basement, as you'd guessed, he told them he'd be paying for their college tuition. I bet that struck a chord with her. It did, in a bad way. From there on out, she wasn't happy, but she was in too deep to stop. Then, this is the part I don't know if I believe or not. She said Marshall accidentally poked one of them with the arrow. Accidentally. Yes. Again, I don't know if this is true, but it's her story. She said the arrow was going to be part of a game using ancient weapons. They knew the arrows were reported to be dangerous, but neither she nor her father thought they would actually do damage. According to her, they weren't going to actually use the weapons, but the accidental poke was enough. And now that Marshall is gone, he can't refute it. Nah, but we might be able to get the other students to corroborate it, or not. Jerome sighed. Then when Brandon dropped dead after the other students had left, Ivy and Marshall had to come up with a cover. Which is when she framed Michael. Good intuition on that, Jerome said as he glanced toward the water again. I hadn't made that connection. Yes, she framed him, but then felt bad, so she posed as her father and instructed the students to turn themselves in. Supposedly, when her father found out what she'd done, he'd felt so bad that he upped the ante for the students. He was going to pay them off. We'll never know, I suppose, Jerome said, turning toward her. But you are also right about the will being the catalyst for her. When she learned he was going to change his will to fix all of this, she lost it. She killed him in the same way, with another arrow, and was going to leave the country. That would have been suspicious. It was, but I suppose she's too young to have thought that through. Either way, she'll not be traveling anywhere but to prison for a long time. Ava rested her head against Jerome's shoulder, and he put an arm around her. I know this is hard, and it feels less like a victory with her being so young, and yet justice prevails. We did our best, and it's up to the courts for the rest. Taking in a deep breath and releasing it, Ava thought she could see what he was saying. It wasn't up to them to pass judgment, only to make the world a little safer. Well, that was up to Jerome, and she just had the luck of helping him. Another case on the books, Detective Makos, she said, standing up. Do you think you could do me a favor? For you, anything, he said, his gaze flickering to her lips. Will you call Doug and tell him I deserve extra credit? At this, Jerome let out a loud laugh before sealing his agreement to do so with a kiss. Chapter 18. 4 months later. The strains of soft jazz floated throughout the small backyard of the Keys bed and breakfast. Additional lights had been hung, and the scent of Cajun blackened chicken wafted from the grill where one of Anton's brothers cooked for the group. Ava stepped from her small cottage wearing a long, flowing dress and a light cardigan. While it was October and the weather was still warm, the recent storm had left a chill in the air. Not enough to warrant taking the party inside, but enough that she'd added a few heating lamps just in case it started to get cold once the sun went down. You look amazing, Jerome said, coming toward her with a tall glass of iced tea and a brilliant smile. He wore a Hawaiian print shirt and khakis, looking more relaxed than she'd seen him in weeks. Thankfully, the party had fallen on a week where his caseload had eased up. I'm so glad you could be here. Sarah was hoping that you'd be free. I wouldn't miss this for the world, he said, kissing her cheek and wrapping his arm around her back. While it was a Friday night, Ava's backyard was filled not only with her murder mystery book club friends, but with Anton and Sarah's friends as well. They were all gathered to celebrate their recent engagement. On the other side of the pool, Ava caught sight of Sarah in a white dress and heels, looking more free and happy than Ava had thought possible upon first meeting the young woman all those months ago. They're perfect for each other, Ava said, smiling at her employee's happiness. How are you going to manage without her? Jerome said. It'll be hard, but I've gotten a few suggestions for replacements from friends. Honestly, though, I'd rather see her happy at that design boutique and using her considerable talent. You're a good woman, Jerome said. What is that supposed to mean? Ava replied with a laugh. You put her through that online course, you encouraged her, and you used your connections to get her an interview. Maybe, but she got the job on her own. She's good, and she deserves this. Ava thought back to the months between when Sarah had first found out about Sal's murder and how she'd slowly started to heal. Doug had followed through on his promise and had gotten her in contact with the young man whose life Sal had saved. They'd started up a conversation, and Sarah had told Ava that he was a teacher working to change the lives of students in lower-income areas. It didn't take away the sting of Sal's death, but it had lessened the blow somewhat. And then Anton had proposed, and Ava thought she would burst from happiness for her friend. "Did you hear about the new A.C. George book coming out in December?" Pete said, stepping up with Kay on his arm. She wore an animal print dress and rolled her eyes as her husband gushed about the next book. "Maybe we'll put it on the list for January," Ava said. "That would be great, but you can't tell us anything about it until we've all read it," Ava cut in. He chuckled and agreed, just as Geraldine entered on Willard's right arm, Bonnie on his left. "And the party has arrived," Jerome whispered into Ava's ear, making her laugh. "Goodness, that smells amazing," Geraldine said. She wore a flowy gown in a deep eggplant color with a headband of silver to match her sparkly sandals. Willard and Bonnie broke off for the drink table, and Ava thought she heard his wife coaching him to remember his diet. Some things never changed, and Ava was happy about that. "Just saw Jake inside," Geraldine said, sidling up to Ava. "He's coming out in a moment." Ava caught the wink Geraldine sent to Jerome and was about to ask about it when Anton made an appearance with another plate of kebabs for his brother to grill. "He's working at his own engagement party," Jerome commented. "Well," Ava began, but cut off when she saw Vicky and Elijah walk in hand. It was still a shock to see them together, and yet every time she did, it was obvious that they made a great couple. Vicky with her serious scientific job and Elijah with his messy creative one were like two halves of a whole. She couldn't be happier for her friend. "Girl, you look good," Vicky said, drawing out the word as they walked up to the loosely formed circle around Ava and Jerome. "Thanks," Ava said, not sure why what she was wearing should matter. Thankfully, with a quick glance across the courtyard, she saw Sarah was still busy chatting with her friends. "But Sarah is over there." "Oh, I know," Vicky said, sounding sassier than usual. She'd taken a recent trip back to Houston and had come back sounding more Texan than Ava remembered. "And there's Jake now," Geraldine said. Ava smiled, looking up to see the young man walking in with the camera. "He's filming for them?" "Not exactly," Jerome said. And then, as if it had been rehearsed, the circle around them widened, and everyone began to fill in, leaving Ava and Jerome at the center. What's going on?" She turned to Jerome only to find him on one knee. "Ava Marie Stewart," he said, taking her left hand between both of his. "I am so lucky to have found you. A partner in solving crimes as much as you've been a partner in my life." Ava's breath caught, and she felt her whole body begin to tremble. She wanted to look around, to apologize to Anton and Sarah for stealing their moment, but her eyes were glued to Jerome's green ones. "At first, I thought you were just some meddling woman believing herself a detective." The crowd around them chuckled. "But then you started to see clues I didn't. We all know how that turned out." More laughter. Now Ava felt the tears in her eyes, thinking back to the cases they had solved together, to the truths they'd uncovered, to the time with her beloved murder mystery book club. "And try as I might," Jerome chuckled, "I couldn't get you out of my mind. This brilliant, intuitive, sneaky woman who ran a book club and knew more about murder than most." He paused to take a breath, and then pulled a ring box from his pocket. With one hand he managed to open it, revealing a stunning diamond in an antique setting. "Ava, will you go on this adventure with me? Solve crimes with me, figure out what's for dinner. We'll even run the bed and breakfast together." He smiled up at her. "Will you be my wife?" The tears now flowed freely from her eyes, but it didn't stop her from giving her answer. "Yes."
The crowd around them burst into applause, and suddenly white petals were falling all around them like silky soft snow as Jerome stood and pulled her to him. "You are upstaging Anton and Sarah's engagement party," she teased as he drew her near. His low chuckle vibrated against her. "It was actually their idea. They wanted to share the night with us. I feel lucky to be surrounded by all of our friends, don't you?" She nodded. "I do too. I'm so glad you finally asked." He made a face. "You knew I was going to. You never said anything," she protested as he brushed a hair from her cheek. "You're almost a licensed private investigator. You should have uncovered the truth." "I wanted it to unfold naturally, I suppose," she said. His eyes gazed into hers, and she felt the comfort of being in his arms. This man was her safe place. Like he'd said, they hadn't started off on the best foot, but where they'd come was even better than she could have hoped. The best ending to the mystery of their relationship that would lead them into the best beginning of their life together. "Ava, you're gonna make me the happiest man alive," he said, his lips now a whisper away from hers. "And I the happiest woman. I love you, Detective Makos." He chuckled. "And I love you, P.I. Stewart." As the chorus of noise around them faded in the light of their nearness, Jerome sealed their promise with a kiss. The bliss of the moment surrounded Ava, and she felt at peace, not only with Jerome, but with her life. There was no mystery about it. She was exactly where she needed to be.